I was cruising untapped deck list last night, and this pile of cards had metrics better than I would have expected. I'm not going to say it had good metrics, but I'm going to say it had metrics better than what I expected. So let's play a game or two. The classic Thanos Hella Lockjaw Surfer deck. Hey, Suchworth, good to have you back. I appreciate the almost half a year. We saw a lot of Galactus and Infinite last night. I did not see a ton of Galactus last night. I'm gonna play the Power Stone out here, so we're more likely to get a Lockjaw on the left. Rip. Lemur Livewire, thanks for the half a year. Welcome back. Yeah, we saw some Galactus last night. Or yesterday, I should say. I do plan to play some Silk decks today, and I do plan to play some Conquest today.
Wind, aid my hand.
Awkward.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
You find a good Dazzler deck. Yeah, we played a couple of things yesterday with Dazzler. I think Dazzler's very good. I think Dazzler will likely be a format staple. Cyanomic, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. And the Benedict coming in hot for the 5th month. Yeah, I think the Dazzler change was really good. Any takes on Conquest so far? It seems mostly like I expected. I lurk a lot of different Marvel Snap streams in the evenings and stuff, and watching other people play Conquest last night, basically everybody was playing very close to the same similar sweaty high evolutionary deck, so my initial read that it's going to have less variety than other formats you could be than the latter is probably going to be the case. Hey, cool. 6 for the half a year. Welcome back. Having fun with the stature deck in Conquest. Yeah, I think the stature deck's a good choice. Jeff Control. Yeah, decks that can play tech cards are probably the best things to be playing in Conquest, I would wager. Be my best guesstimate. I can say with certainty that Untapped will eventually be doing stuff specific to Conquest. I cannot say with certainty when exactly that's going to be happening, though. Alright, I'm playing the Swordmaster out. We're going to top deck this hell. It's going to be awesome. feel like there's a lot of bounce in Sarah Swarm and Conquest as well. Well, Sarah, I assume by Sarah you mean the deck playing a bunch of tech cards, like I just said, right? So, yes, the Sarah decks are very good.
Escape.
Bounces, okay. There's a lot of people playing Wave. What's going on, Ferndo? Thanks for the year and a half. If you dabbled with Star Rail, yeah, you should pop in the subs Discord, Ferndo. We've got a super active Star Rail thread in there with people chatting about it. I am Trailblazer 46, I think. Something like that. I do my dailies most days. I'm slowly working through the story content.
Destiny will arrive.
Surfer is okay. I think Surfer has kind of a mediocre bounce matchup. Is its biggest problem. Well, that's pretty good. Dazzler seems like she'd be good in Sarah Shells. I don't know if I agree with that. You probably have other better things you could play on average. We just do this for now. Fogwell's gym is not in the regular location rotation pool. Echoplex, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I don't want to discard Hella if I draw it, so I'm going to Swordmaster first. And then I want to do this last in case Power Stone flips into Hella. Yep. Gambit Silver Surfer? Win the game? Out of here. I love it when a plan comes together, chat. These are definitely Marvel Snap cards. They are They are, in fact, 12 Marvel Snap cards. What was the bad news at the start? There was bad news? It's news to me. Shit. Hold on, chat. I need to, I'm gonna hit ad roll because I need to step away, but my house is pseudo smart, and I just got an alert that water is running somewhere in my house. So I need to go check toilets and faucets, like, really quick. Give me 2 minutes. Apologies. BRB. Downside to having a large home in the Midwest is I have to run my fat ass up 2 flights of stairs to check all of the water everywhere. Yeah, one of the toilet upstairs was stuck running. God bless technology. Mansion living. Compared to what people live in like major cities, maybe we could qualify as that. My home, including our finished basement, is 3,300 square feet. We've got some space. 10 out of 10 would recommend mid-sized town living in the Midwest. What do you use to detect water running? We have a whole house water filtration system. So the filtration system can set up an alert to us if it puts through X amount of gallons of water concurrently. It sends us an email because it's attached to the Wi-Fi. Filtered toilet water. The whole house has a level of water filtration on it. We're not on well water. The tap water where I live is technically drinkable. But to give you context, before we had the whole house filtration system, if I filled my water bottle up and left it sitting on my desk for 24 hours, you could see the level of sediment in the bottom of it. When my wife was pregnant, her OB told her not to drink the tap water where we live. Technically drinkable, sounds like this country's water infrastructure. Yeah. So around 2,200 square feet without the basement? Yeah, about 2,200 without the basement. But it's worth noting that, like, my basement is, like, very nicely finished. Like, this is, the room I'm streaming from is a bedroom in my basement. The basement is fully finished and has 9-foot ceilings. Yes, yeah, the basement was already finished except for one room in it, which we finished ourselves. No! Gambit, why would you betray me this way? Rip. Do my kids have their own bedrooms? The boys share a room, and then Haley has her own room. Is that a US thing? I've never heard of accessible water in a first world country being bad. The United States is like a third world country with cell phones. If you've never heard of Flint, Michigan, I'd encourage you to Google it. Yes, the water quality of the United States varies wildly.
The universe shall be set right.
That's actually a good way to put it too. The US is like 50 tiny countries in a trench coat is a good way to think about it. Yeah, that's true. I've heard that. Under third world, is it underdeveloped? I don't. What's the appropriate term rather than first and third? Developed and developing. The US is still developing their water systems, yes. That's fine. They probably didn't want the Invisible Woman anyways. Are they also a holodeck? They might also be a holodeck. I just passed that infinite, right? Not close. deck's a fucking trip, man. I was so excited. We had 2 cards discarded. There were so many cards in our deck. We could have hit on the Lockjaw too. And then Moon Knight into lose the 50-50 was the card. Oh, they had theirs, rip. Got me. The universe shall be set right. If you're playing for keeps, I think you snap an opener like this. Turn 1 Land War Elves, turn 2 Lockjaw is real good. God bless America, my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of the I sing. Do 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 do. All right, 66% of the time it works every time. Jeff, I hate Conquest, but it feels like the best way to have progress in the game since I'm infinite. What do I do? Yeah, that's an interesting psychological thing that I hadn't really considered. Huh. That feels like it might kind of be... Yeah, that's tough. Because, like, there is a dead incentive to play Infinite, but now, if your goal is making account progress while playing, Conquest is the only way to do that. Huh. Hey, Jerd, 6.5 here. Yes, it was confirmed that your first match inside of Conquest at each rank, other than Infinite, is a bot, and then no more. There are people that are like, if you're not having fun playing the game, don't play it. It's more complicated than that for people, chat. It's like, definitely a thing that, like, people feel compelled to do things for the sake of min-maxing, right? Is it a bot every time? No, just the very first match. So the very first time you play Proving Grounds, you get a bot, and then never again, no matter how many times you play Proving Grounds. The first time you play Silver, you get a bot, and then never again. Oh, shit. I wanted another Killmonger there. I was talking to chat and not paying attention. Damn it, chat. See what you did? 0% chance we win this game. They had a 4-power Deadpool on turn 1 and they had floating match with their Venom deck. How far are we in Conquest? We have an infinity ticket. We played a gold, we won a gold. Isn't it ideal to always capture one of the proving grounds? Yeah, that's another part of it too. It is technically optimal to just always play for 8 cubes in the proving ground and then retreat if you don't get the 8 cubes, which is another like weird incentive thing the way the system is structured and works. Like it kind of the way the system is set up discourages you from actually playing snap basically, or from using the snap mechanic, I should say. Valari, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back.
All systems go.
All right, chat. Do you believe in this gambit? I believe in this gambit.
Enough said, bub.
Oh, Gambit! Why, Gambit? Why? Oh, Gambit. We've had the worst fucking luck. Holy shit. Hey, RST, happy to have you here. Breaks are good.
Will arrive.
We'll be here as long as you'll have me. Thanks for the 7 months. People coming in and asking if I'm playing Conquest if there are no life bars under the player titles. We are playing regular ranked. You can always come in at a glance and know what format we're playing. Noise, noise. Color of the cube, the music, a lot of ways for you at home to know which format we're playing without asking. Opponent. We're gonna play some Conquest today, Lucas, at some point. I wanna post like 1 or 2 Conquest highlight videos just to see what metrics are like. I'm not expecting them to perform well, but maybe they'll surprise me. The big thing about Conquest is that like I could never play a deck like this in Conquest, right? You just can't. I just can't justify playing something off meta because of how not forgiving it is. I I think our opponent is disconnected. I don't really care about this cube. I'm just gonna leave rather than sit here and waste everyone's time.
Escaped.
I think I would lean towards Jeff being slightly better than Silk, but the jury's still very early on Silk. We're definitely gonna play more Silk today.
Destiny will arrive.
The season starting level a glitch, yes. Clear these out here. Insert Spider-Man beam here. Oh, speak of Galactus.
Opponent snapped.
Ah. Galactus is actually good into Aunt May's because I haven't triggered it yet, so I can't play my 7 power worth of cards there. Right? So we have to leave. Long, bud.
Escaped.
Took the high evolutionary list with Doom and Wave from your deck techs and took to 2 infinite tickets using Conquest. Yeah, the peak sweaty deck is definitely the high evolutionary control deck. Based on the language in the patch changes that they gave us, I would wager that that deck's probably getting nerfed in an upcoming change via NOTA. Sucks because there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, depends on what your definition of nothing wrong is, I suppose. The deck outperforms everything else by a solid chunk. I don't think mechanically it's problematic, but its numbers are just better than everything else. I fully expect Conquest to have far less competitive diversity than every other format. Discarded a couple of things at this point. We've discarded Thanos and Black Cat. So it's not terrible, but obviously can't play Swordmaster here. The Proving Ground seems like it's gonna be a good casual mode. Because, like, the stakes are meaningless and you should just snap on turn 1 there, basically, because you don't really have anything to lose other than a little bit of time. And then we are unfortunately dead here. There, Galactus deck. It's 2 in a row. Silk's very good. There's a likely top 5 2-drop in the format. Maybe top 3. 5 stats for 2 energy is a real good rate. Silk or Spider-Man 2099 is a must for move decks. Well, I mean, one of those cards literally hasn't released yet, so nobody has any idea if it's a must. Jeremy, thank you for the half a year welcome back. I mean, people keep asking about Conquest. Are people actually going to sit here and watch me just grind high evolutionary mirror matches? Is that what people want to see? I guess we could do that, but I wanted to play some other bad decks before I sit and grind high evolutionary mirror matches. Dash Event, thanks for the half a year. Yes, that is an accurate take, in my opinion, Take Magic. Ah, poor Gambit. Well, I mean, we're beating Galactus, right?
Victory. Shall be sent right.
We played Dazzler Surfer. Yeah, we played Patriot Dazzler Surfer yesterday. It was really very reasonable. Hey, nice boy Paulo. Thank you for the 7 months. You draw Silk in the Stature Miles deck, and it felt pretty good. Yeah, I think that deck, that's great. I have that loaded in my deck editor for later. It's a shame they put armor up. I would have loved to gambit this monster. Perfect. Deathlock armor. Interesting.
Opponent snapped.
I think this is a person. The destroy deck with the ongoing stuff has been a bot deck, but like they're behind on 5 here. Yeah, the snap timing. I don't know. Maybe they're screwed with that in terms of what they're doing, but. Yeah, I don't know, Chad. I think this is a human. Oh, they could destroyer left. Yeah, they could, right? That's totally what they are. They're a destroyer deck. Is hella bad. Yes. Hella is awful. So the destroyer will be 18 over here to 41. Yeah, actually just did the destroyer. Oh, the reality stone would have got him. Yeah, this is why so many people were confused about whether or not they were playing against bots yesterday in Conquest for multiple matches, because this is 100% a human. Yeah, they emoted here at the end too to confirm it. Like, people are fucking atrocious at spotting when they're playing against bots. 9 times out of 10 when chat tells me my opponent is a bot, they are wrong.
Destiny will arrive.
Tag, thank you for getting us back up to 2,400 concurrent subscribers. I appreciate the support. Slowly climbing our way back up to the 2,500 we were at before I took some time off. Well, I mean... Get out. This deck is just like full fucking casino mode, and it's great.
The universe shall be set right.
Maybe I shouldn't snap my good hands. Just for fear of them leaving. This hand is great though. Time Stone into Lockjaw on Wakanda. I guess Wakanda is like not great for our Gambit specifically, but can't win them all. The Moon Knight is gorgeous set in a bundle. No, I believe that's just a regular variant. Ooh, that's great. Snap back to reality. Ready for the gravity chat? We'll get to Gambit next turn. God, it's such a fucking meme, chat. Why is it such a fucking meme? Ah! For those of you that are just joining us, I think that's like the 5th or 6th time in a row we've discarded Hela and like 1 in 4s and 1 in 5s and 1 in 6s. Do I just like do this and just like assume I lose the Baxter building, but like Gambit pulls me across the finish line here? Gambit is turning into a stone. I guess I could do this in theory, right? So let's do this actually. How big Kitty is. She's 6 or 8? 6? Ah, the nuts. That was really close. Like, considering the fact that we like binned our Hela and like nothing else went right, and they had all of their ideal cards, like, yeah. Are we done with Silk for the day? We've not played Silk yet today. I'm gonna make both groups of people happy, and after we're done playing this deck, I'm gonna play a Silk deck inside of Conquest. We'll just cover both of the questions. I did split Brood, and she was not what I wanted. Just another bad one. Yep. You hoard infinite tickets if you keep playing gold. You can. That's like the point of the system. That's my understanding. Alright, chat. Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Oh my god, and we got their hit monkey. This is it. This is the fucking game. Don't call it a comeback, okay? I believe. Oh my gosh. Murder them, Gambit! Murder! If I put this here, no. Yeah? And these stay here in the middle? Okay. Okay, we win the breaker. We win the breaker. Got him. Listen, chat, I don't know if this deck is good, but it's certainly great.
Victory.
Certainly great. Thank you for the half a year, Jordan. Appreciate that. Welcome back.
Destiny will arrive.
Moon Knight can be split. I only split my cards if I have enough boosters and credits to have a chance to get an inked or gold split. I think I only have one Moon Knight split at the moment, so still far off of doing that on him. So, getting Series 3 complete faster doesn't really get you anything special other than just having the cards. So unless there's a bunch of Series 3 cards you don't have that you really want to play with, I wouldn't recommend buying Series 3 cards. Been watching for an hour, I think you played Hello once. That's accurate. We've been playing for an hour and we are unlucky. This deck feels like peanut butter and ranch dressing. That's you know what? That's a fucking description right there, but I don't think you're wrong, okay? I think that that's an accurate descriptor of what's currently occurring on your screen. It's peanut butter and ranch dressing. Think about Galactus after the patch! Exclamation point patch, or click that link above your head there in chat that tells you my thoughts on the patch. Mind Stone first. That way the Time Stone and Space Stone can draw. Oh, I guess we're gonna fill our hand though. Awkward. Hey. Yeah, our Hela doesn't do anything, so we haven't discarded anything. He says, before Black Cat hits the bin, checkmate. Checkmate, gamers. I believe. I believe. I believe. All right, we are 1-3 to win the game. Oh no, I fucked up the ordering. Did not play around that. Rip. Rip. Oh, we were losing the raid anyways. That's fine. Dead. Dead. You see the ongoing Thanos deck for the tournament this weekend. Feel free to link it in chat. I really didn't keep up on everything Marvel Snap this weekend while I was away.
The universe shall be set right.
Any advice for playing against Hela? Yeah, retreat on turn 6 if Hela beats you and they haven't discarded it. We didn't discard Hela, chat! It's so exciting. So we get to play Thanos here into Aunt May's. We get to play Death next turn through the Dream Dimension. And then we can Hela the Black Cat and the Stone on the last turn. So our opponent's done a whole lot of nothing. So I assume we're winning the game. Opponent. Opponent. Edge said their deck didn't work, so their deck was functional. This is also a weird one. Venom, Atuba, Heimdall, Magic, Death with only Carnage and Venom as ways to blow things up. So this is one of those ones where I see it here, I want to go look at. I want to go look at some actual stats. All right, this is about what I would expect looking at that list of cards. Okay, good stuff. Congrats to the person that had a deep tournament run with it. They are probably an excellent card game player. That deck is assuredly a meme. I mean, to be fair, we're sitting here playing hella Lockjaw Silver Surfer, so like, we're not above playing a bad deck on stream, but like,
The universe shall
yeah.
be set right.
Sample size, sample size, sample size. I find it interesting the people I'm showing up to be playing against in Conquest. Well, so the thing you have to understand is a lot of the people you're playing against in Conquest are probably very different ranks at MMRs than you. There's some loose collection level based matchmaking in the Proving Grounds in Silver, but in Gold, it's almost completely gone according to the devs, and in Infinite, it won't exist. So the range of opponents in terms of both player caliber and deck quality that you're going to play against in that is going to be a lot wider than if you're someone who's getting to Infinite every season on the ladder. I would like to move my monster into Murray Isle. Thank you very much. Am I doing this? Let's do this. Well, shit. I think that favors us, right? I think that's good for the home team. Well, the good news is, opponent, that even if we hadn't killed that one, you were still dead. Thank you, Gambit. I am not intending to play with Galactus at this time. I don't think the play patterns of Galactus are meaningfully that different. They just have more counterplay to them now. Maybe at some point down the line, but no. I have a bunch of other decks that I think are interesting and fun that I'm looking forward to exploring. No plans to poke at Galactus anytime soon.
The universe shall be set right.
Jade Bay, thank you for the 7 months. And Francisco, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Ooh, another Thanos deck. Our deck's actually not great in Shuri's Lab. Why is this list viable? Who in the hell said this list is viable? I wouldn't take card game advice from them ever again. They're a liar. Oh, I should have played Space Stone. I forgot we had the extra energy. I can't believe they still haven't fixed the fucking visual bug on Time Stone. For reference, Time Stone doesn't show you the right amount of energy here. The next turn, you have to remember that is going on. The Lockjaw visual bugs are probably complicated, I would wager. I don't know. I guess it's hard to know without knowing their code base, but like, there's no way this one's as complicated as the lockjaw issues. Would be my expectation. I'm just gonna leave because we just made a mistake and it like super cost us.
Escape.
Control decks are probably the best thing to be playing in Conquest. High Evolutionary, Sarah, those types of things. Things that don't have any incredibly polarized matchups and that get to play tech cards that blow other decks out.
Destiny will arrive.
You're someone that's new here. Most of the decks that we play on stream are bad or might be good, but they need a lot of work. We're trying to play a lot of different things. If you're looking for someone that's just grinding good decks endlessly and not changing decks very often, this is a bad channel for you to hang out in. It's also why I'm not doing all Conquest, because like trying to brew and play different things, like playing the same deck in a battle mode matchup 10 times doesn't really help me get a feel for if something is neat or not, right? We're gonna do some Conquest, but like the range of decks, like I said, we're gonna probably just play a control deck when we play that later. The range of things you can do there and be really competitive is more narrow than the latter. You also need to be a little bit more sure of what you're doing. Workshop into Swordmaster on the Baxter building sounds good. Is Dracula a control counter? I don't think discard is a very good battle mode deck. It just plays way too face up, and it's hard to get more than a handful of cubes out of anybody that's a decent Marvel stat player if you're playing a discard deck. Because your big plays are completely face up, and good players are just gonna count them out and play around you. I haven't played Mind Stone out yet, right? Or the blue one? Oh my god, I did this in the wrong order. Fuck. Yeah, I didn't intend to kill the Power Stone. I was just talking to click in. We're gonna draw the blue one and then lose because of it. Damn. Still Lockjaw. I don't think I discarded anything this game, right? I have Death and Black Cat, actually. Huh? YOLO? Hey, Far Story, thanks for the half a year. Appreciate the prime. Pointer didn't matter, at least.
Destiny will arrive.
Hey, that's terrible for a deck. I'll just take a mulligan.
Escape. destiny will arrive.
This is the general note to mods that are hanging out if they feel like it, that you can go ahead and time people out that are asking me to play other games or formats. As always, if you open any Twitch stream, whether it's this one or any others, and the streamer is not playing a game or format that you enjoy or want to see, you should just go watch something else, not harass them because they're playing something that they want to play. You go over what is likely the best climbing deck in your Meta Monday video. Well, I mean, even if I had, they just nerfed Galactus, so it would be different, right? But no, that video wasn't really like my best decks of the developing metagame type thing, where I talk about things that I think are ideal for climbing. It was a, hey, let's look at raw stats and see what the raw stats tell us about things. You played fine, Comboed Mage. Chat's just very, very not bright and thinks everyone's a bot. Grab the last 2 stones out of our deck here. Spin the wheel. All right, so there's what, 7 cards in my deck. A pretty good shot at having Hella for next turn, right? Got him. Come on, Hella. Come on, Hella. Rip. The optimal play is play death to the left. Just so we're clear. Don't let your memes be dreams, chat. Don't let your memes be dreams. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him. Ha! Got him.
Victory.
Deck is clearly perfect. Relatively optimal. There's a different timeline where that stone goes into our deck and it flips out Killmonger, and that game ends very differently. Thankfully, we don't exist in that timeline. losing Power Stone is sad, but not the end of the world. They lose Hella at least. They discarded Null. Strong.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
You see the data mine cards for August. Chat, we don't even have the data mine cards for July out yet. Take a breath. It's so far away.
The universe shall be sent right.
Yeah, I mean, the goal of the Galactus change was explicitly not to make him unplayable. It was to make his play patterns have more counterplay to them. And they accomplished that goal. Didn't really bother us. Wave never bothered us anyways. I think I need something big for this Hella to discard here, so I think we're going for it.
Opponent snapped.
Anything mid won us the game there, right? Death, right? Also won us the game. Yeah, Angry Cow. Whenever Magic the Gathering stuff comes across my Twitter feed periodically, it really just reminds me of how good we have it in the Snap community in terms of like how the game devs are with everything. Like, anytime any other new card game comes out, it's like, it's tough to imagine another team getting so many of the things as right as the Snap team gets it consistently. And, you know, maybe someone else will come along and do it, but, like, they really hit far more often than they miss, and it's very refreshing. And the rate at which they make changes has been good. The Galactus was, like, the most lag behind change out of anything they've done, and even that was, like, far quicker than anything in terms of Magic. Bot splits were removed from the game a couple of patches ago. I forget when exactly, but they do no longer exist. Leaving Magic for over a year, destroyed that honeymoon feeling. I tried to play it again and I couldn't. Yeah. I think Magic the Gathering is an excellent, albeit expensive, social game that's very reasonable. But I also think if you, like, strip away... I think if you strip away the social aspect of it and you're just engaging with the game from a pure game rules perspective, it's just not nearly as good of a game as, like, most other modern games are. And part of that's just because, like, it's 30 years old, right? Like, its core game rules were designed a long time ago. Yep. I feel like the social aspect of Magic is part of the game and people start experiencing the full game of play. I think that's a really sugar-coated way to put it. I think that's looking through it through glazed eyes. You're basically saying the game's not good enough to hold up on its own, but when you have good people, it's worth playing. Which is fine. Like, good people can make a lot of things that are kind of mediocre be very reasonable and fun. But just, like, don't for a second pretend that, like, it's not a mediocre thing, right? I discarded so far. Discarded a bunch of good stuff. It's Gambit, Soulstone, Reality Stone, and then if I hit Hela, I have 3 things discarded. We fill the board. Let's do this, so that way they can't Professor X here. Monk of the Vault! Monk of the Vault! Oh no, Hela please! Hela please! Yikes! Yikes! Oh, the biggest of oofs, shit. The biggest of oofs. Is +6 on the left enough to win it? It might be. It might be, Copium. 11. 11 wins the left. Hey, Godly, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. You need a counter to the High Evolutionary Control deck. The High Evolutionary Control deck is probably the best deck right now because hard counters to it don't exist. That's why it's one of the best decks you could be playing in battle mode, Conquest, whatever you want to call it, because you can't hard counter it. That's adorable. Oh, Aunt Mace, no! Shit! God, the fucking feelings, chat. Oh, man! I laughed, I cried. Oh, what a fucking debate. What a debate. And Hella, just like one of the bottom 4 cards of our deck. Rough, rough, rough. What's the High Evolutionary Control deck people keep talking about? My Meta Monday video covers the High Evolutionary Control deck. There's a lot of variations of it though. It's like High Evolutionary stuff, and then like people fill in the details in a bunch of different ways.
Universe shall be sent, right?
Since they're terrible for us, they're probably playing Galactus. The move decks get better with Ghost, or are they about the same? They're about the same. They're still only okay. How are you feeling about this deck? This deck is terribly funny. You could get rid of the funny part and still have an accuracy, man.
Universe shall be sent, right?
You think of the stature deck of the Conquest, right? I think it's probably very good. We're gonna play the stature deck with Silk. In a little bit here when we play some Conquest. Get our +3 and then ensure that they don't. Hey, John and Mac, thanks for the brand new Prime. Folks like you make my job possible. Thanks for keeping me around. Hey, Panda, thanks for the 5 months. Yeah, Swordmaster discards Hella every time. It's just like his job at this point, but this is the play. As all return cards, you know they were discarded, are also random. I believe it's also at random. Yeah, we played a bunch of Dazzler yesterday, Talk. She's very good. Do y'all still see me? I haven't disconnected, right? I just ran the timer all the way out. You think the turn timer is too long? I think the turn timer is probably too long on turns 1 through 4, and it's probably a little bit too short on turns 5 and 6. I think, they already make the turn timer a little bit longer on each of the turns, but I think they should skew it more. I think turns 1, 2, 3, and 4 should be a bit quicker, and turns 5 and 6 should be a touch longer. This person's just like literally roping us to the end of it every turn. No, it's not the same for all rounds. It's already a little bit. I don't care about our cubes. I'm just gonna leave because I don't feel like getting fully roped for 2 more turns.
Escape.
Imagine queuing into someone doing this in Conquest. What a just colossal waste of like 40 minutes of your life. Because you can't just retreat and move to the next one because you're locked in on your run.
Destiny will arrive.
It's like one game against blue-white control. Yeah, exactly. Is High Evolutionary too strong? Well, High Evolutionary is a 4/4 for 4. He's arguably unplayable. Is High Evolutionary's package of cards too good? Yeah, maybe by a point or two somewhere. Hey, Evo, welcome to a live one. Thanks for dropping off the sub while you're here. Appreciate it. Hulk and Cyclops might be a bit overtuned, the rest feel okay. I think that's a good take. I agree with that one. All right, we took their Hulk away. They change High Evolutionary with OTAs? Yeah, they could totally change like Hulk to be +1 per energy gain, for example. My god, could you imagine if this card released with the 4/7 stat line like it was data mined to be at one point? Just actual insanity. Rip. Yes, drug.
I am inevitable.
Galactus is still a powerful card that just has more counterplay to it now. That was the goal of their change. Their goal wasn't to kill Galactus, despite what Reddit would tell you if Reddit wasn't currently offline. Their goal was not to kill the card. I think it's possible they have the 4/7 stat line early to increase hype. No, I think they frequently have wrong and old image assets in their cards, and they occasionally do promo with bad image assets. Big Helen's Reserve. I think when they're designing cards, they probably have hundreds or dozens of different variations of every card. You could tell Reddit's been offline, because I had a comment yesterday on my YouTube channel that they said Galactus was easy to counter, it didn't need to be nerfed, and I said none of the public data or Second Dinner's data that they've talked about agrees with that metric, and they're like, well, I feel like that's the case, so it is. Like, yes. Reality in 2023. I feel like that isn't true, so it can't possibly be true.
Parker!
Is Space Stone's effect supposed to move with the card? No, Space Stone's effect hits the location that it's at. This is consistent with a lot of other of these types of interactions. All right, my lad, go right. Got her. Got her. And then we can't beat their Gamora even with our Gamora, unfortunately, here. Because if we go with Gamora here, one, they could have a 1-drop, but two, we're 16 to 16, they're up 11, we're only up 9.
Escaped.
Alrighty, chat. We're gonna play some more Marvel Snap and specifically Conquest when we get back. But for the next 7.5, 8 minutes here, we're gonna do a shopping bounty here on the Twitch bounty board, looking at some of the wonderful products that Burt's Bees has to offer. Looks like you could use offer code TWITCH20 to save 20% off site-wide. Burt's Bees is so good. Fraser Simons, what should we look at? You have a Burt's Bees aficionado in chat. Their lip balm is legit. Can I click on this? Hot collab with UK-based Above and Beyond to create our first refillable lip balm with almost 2x the balm of our tube and microplastic free packaging. This stuff is the bee's knees. The Mega Balm. This gigantic lip balm tube is filled with 52 original beeswax lip balms. Mega moisturizer for mega fans. We have some cleansing oil. Removes dirt, respects moisture. It's worth the hype. We have a wax on tea. It would be a lot of knees. Do the bees work in Conquest? Are there any bee themed Marvel heroes, chat? We have Wasp and Yellow Jacket, right? Are there any Bumblebee? Bumblebee's a transformer. Swarm. Oh, Swarm is technically a swarm of bees. That's true. Bert Shovitz and Roxanne Quimby created Burt's Bees in the remote Maine wilderness in the early 1980s after leaving their city lives behind. The two hit it off when Bert picked up a hitchhiking Roxanne. Man, the 80s were just a different time, chat. Bert had learned to keep bees and had been selling honey on the roadside. Roxanne approached and found a book of recipes that were used to transform their beeswax into candles and lip balms. Like the forest outside of Bert's 300 square foot turkey coop turned cabin, everything flourished there. The old turkey coop cabin. We've got a buzzin' sticker sheet. Shop the featured product. Yeah, these chat, you could be a rebel with a cause. Queen Bee is a Marvel bad guy. Is that true? People still hitchhike today. Is that true? Ooh, personalized lip balm, chat. That could be a good present. Make it personalized. Choose your flavor. Vanilla bean, coconut pear, strawberry, cucumber mint, dragon fruit. Fancy. Personalize the label. You can both name your balm. Can I type in here? Whoop. Or write a message. Dealer's choice. And then choose your quantity. Look at that. Customizable. Pink grapefruit. Oh, the pictures change when I click on them, chat. That's fun site design. Beeswax. How do we get the burpee? This is a shopping bounty via the Twitch bounty board. We're checking out some of their stuff. There's some Burt Bees aficionados in chat. We have baby clothes. Chat, I don't want to make some of my old timers feel too old, but my baby who was born during the height of the pandemic turned 3 today. So basically what I'm saying is if you've been watching the stream for a while, you're ancient. It's been a while. We have bubble bath and multi-purpose ointments and wipes. I have a ton of baby stuff on here, actually. There's more pages. "100% natural honey contains health benefits which are surprisingly crafted to nighttime cough syrup." Burt's Bees Kids Nighttime Cough Syrup for 3+. Listen, chat. Nighttime cough syrup is something that every parent should have on hand. How do they not call it Bumble Bath? Listen, if there's a Burt's Bees marketing executive rewatching this after the fact, Bumble Bath is something that you should take and run. Hey, Rays! Shout out to them in chat, the real MVPs, 2-month subscriber, first-time chatter. The real MVPs. If you pick up something on Burt's website, you can use code TWITCH20 to save 20% off anything on here. Skin bundles. I have skin, chat. Believe it or not, I am very human and I have very human skin. So skin bundles could be something of interest. The Essential Burt's Bees Kit. This just in, Jeff not lizard. Not confirmed at the very least. The design is very human. My epidermis is out in force. There's a mystery box. All right, chat. We're basically a full-time loot box stream. Tell me more about this mystery box, Burt's Bees. Treat yourself to our mini mystery box. We keep what's inside the mystery box a surprise until it arrives, but we can tell you this. For only $24.99, which could be 20% cheaper with your Twitch20 discount code, you'll get over $45 worth of products. Spoiler alert, there are 6 lip items and 1 skincare item. Chat, they're limited edition loot boxes. I love loot boxes, chat. That's why I play card games. We have merch. Oh, wait, this was the front page with the wax on tee and the Mega Ball. I don't have 6 lips. That sounds like a very human problem. What are the odds of pulling a mythic lip balm? If that's true, what are the drop rates and the rarities on the various items? Bundles and gifts. And it is only a $20 loot box with the code. That's cheaper than a lot of Marvel Snap loot boxes, to be fair. Can we be a full-time lip balm streamer now? That's a good question. Unfortunately, our viewer count dropped off a little bit. We're going to go ahead and kick back over to playing some Marvel Snap here. Appreciate everybody that hung out for a few minutes to check it out. Burt's Bees here. Remember, use code Twitch20 to get 20% off there. Let's Conquest, shall we? Let's Conquest. Is Galactus better now? Galactus has more counterplay to it, which was certainly the goal of that. Okay, so I was thinking about it, and I've decided I'm going to put my opponent's deck list right here. It's a little bit little, but it's less important than my deck list, and it doesn't make me have to reorder. It was actually the best infomercial I've seen in a while. God bless. I try. Teeny, teeny, tiny deck. I want to do this. I think I want to do this. I always assume my opponents have smaller decks than me. It's a good assumption. I'm well endowed. Will the Birds Bees coverage be on YouTube? It will be. Round 1 here against Mr. Fish. Let there be chaos? Jeff, I was looking for coverage on the bundles. I haven't reviewed the recently data mined bundles yet. Soon, TM. Should Polaris mid and lead into the crazy? Maybe. I think I want to start building up the Murray Isle here, because we do actually have to win a game here too, right? It is noteworthy that they're playing Thanos who are a Darkhawk deck, though, so that probably gives us a little bit of a favor overall. Why is Luke Cage in this deck? Because High Evolutionary is the best deck. And Luke Cage is a tech card that is good against High Evolutionary and also randomly good into a handful of locations. Also just like randomly good against things like Soulstone. I swapped Enchantress for Luke Cage, I think, from the stockish list. I think Cerebro 2 is any good. I think Cerebro 2 is very bad into High Evolutionary. Damn it, Silk! There we go. There we go. There's our gal. Is it Jeff Bid? I think I want a Polaris. Just shuffle some sets around. You played Cerebro 5 with Silk Kit. Yeah, it's actually the deck highlight this morning on my YouTube channel. Okay, Super Scroll doesn't matter, right? Oh, I guess it matters if we draw, Dark Hawk.
Opponent snapped.
Are we just, like, about to get, like, Professor X or something here? I think I'm staying for the stab.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Okay, yeah, it's a good stab. And this is just, you know, part of how like this type of Conquest format goes is I chose to play Luke Cage instead of playing Enchantress in my deck, and now I've queued up into a matchup where I really need Enchantress, and I'm locked in here at a disadvantage for the entirety of the thing now. I would wager where our opponent has Super Scroll, which is good against our copy of Darkhawk. Yeah, the lack of sideboards or multi-deck is really it's a tough aspect of this format. Yes, Black Bolt is also not great against Thanos. When you're playing on the ladder and you hit a deck where like your answers don't line up well or they kind of hard counter you, you could just like retreat the match and go to your next one, right? And that's honestly one of the things that's like really good about Snap's core game design is the fast games let you mitigate matchup variance in a way that feels relatively satisfying. But Conquest removes that aspect of the game from you. A side deck would turn the game too much into rock, paper, scissors. But that's the thing you're not understanding. It's already rock, paper, scissors. It's just when you show up and you're playing rock and they're playing paper, you're stuck playing rock against paper for the entirety of the set. Like it's not like you don't have rock, paper, scissors now. It's just that you never have a chance to do anything other than what you originally signed up with. I'm setting up to play Miles next turn. Yes, the new music is very good. The blue Marvel puts the Carnage into a range I can kill. This is a big deal. I think if I snap, they leave, so we'll just like limp for 2 here. Wait, it's 8.
Victory.
So I'm super biased in my opinion on multi-deck versus side deck because I played Magic the Gathering competitively for over a decade that uses a side deck. Personally, I do not like multi-deck formats because multi-deck formats require you to know how to play lots of different decks and enjoy playing them. As someone who like dabbled kind of casually into Runeterra, I found it really difficult to ever enjoy their things because it's basically impossible to brew 3 decks. Whereas like, if you have a side deck, it's very possible to like brew a deck and then have sideboard plans. It's like the TLDR. Am I snapping here? My hand's okay. Like Rock Slide here too. It's a side deck. A side deck is where in between games of the match that you're playing, you have a small number of extra cards that you can swap between the deck you started with and those cards to play the next game. I think in Snap, 2 to 3 card side decks would probably be ideal. Are we rock sliding the bar? I don't think so. I think I'm just playing it out. That's close though. What can I draw here? I think I'm just playing it out because I have other things to do with my resources next turn. So our Hawk will be much bigger than their Skrull, but I can't really play their Khazar now is the thing. I'm also, honestly, my snap was probably wrong because I'm at a disadvantage into Luke's bar in this matchup because they have Reality Stone. They got Mystique from Camp Lehigh. God, that's brutal. Everyone's side deck would just be Killmonger, Enchantress, and Shang-Chi. Yeah, but do you not understand that most of the decks are playing those cards anyways? Because those are the cards that give you a chance to be competitive in different matchups. It's just now when you choose the wrong one, you're locked in with the wrong one for the rest of the game. That's what happens. I guess 3 cards in it. So Shang can kill Dino, but unfortunately, it doesn't kill Super Skrull, which means I'm gonna be 10 to 8 here. We could Silk into Shang and hope Silk goes left. No, this is gonna be 6. Oh, it's actually 0 though, right? They do have priority. Yeah, we could do this. And hope that this jumps here. And then the Super Skrull stays 2. This is probably the line, actually. Yeah, like this. Are we good? I think we're good, right? regardless of where Silk goes. Yeah.
Victory.
Yeah, I agree with Hobbit. The people saying it's Shang, Enchantress, Killmonger as your 3 cards. Luke Cage, Rogue, Wave, even Sandman. I think there's a lot of good tech cards. That's like, you wouldn't want the sideboard to be big enough to cover every tech card, but like 2 to 3 cards, people would have real choices. Yeah, you can't just play all of them. Yeah, Cosmo and Armor are tech cards too. Yeah, that's the other thing too. People are like, well, you can't just play certain decks. Let me rephrase. A sideboard would give linear decks better counterplay against their hate cards, right? Because decks like Bounce, for example, could sideboard Magic and Invisible Woman to beat turn 5 Wave. Or you could sideboard Armor to beat Killmonger, or Cosmo to protect from their Shang-Chi or Enchantress. Like, there's so much depth and levels to... There's so much depth and levels to side decks. Huh. I think that's good for us, right? Do I snap them here? I think I snapped them. I'm also not in a hurry to rock slide now, right? What was this? They have Reality Stone? Why would they put all of these here? Someone help me understand. Oh, they have Luke Cage. Okay. Yeah. Luke Cage makes sense. Ooh, this Black Bolt might catch Cage. Oh, they have Carnage. They could also have Carnage. Yeah. Wow, the fact that they moved their Nightcrawler lets them catch my Miles. Huge. Oh, shit. The Rock Slide was wrong because the Rock Slide means they have a rock to discard to Black Bolt now. They played the Rock? Holy shit, they played the Rock. Woohoo! Huh? Am I eating Jeff? I don't know. This is 14 here. This goes up to 3. I'm up by 11. I cannot believe they stayed there. going on, Christek? Are you familiar with Marvel Snap? That's most of what we do here. Mere Monday through Friday during the week. Why would you eat Jeff by missing anything? Chat, the movement always happens first. It doesn't, if I carnage and then move Jeff, it still eats it. I wanted the 2 extra points on the right. Stand up for a little bit, shall we? Let's see, it's solid. Silk can let us get some points into kill after the fact, potentially. That clogs up a little bit. I was gonna snap them here, but honestly, Elysium's kinda scary. I think I was gonna rock slide and kind of wait and see more information here before we do that. Yes, Untapped has an opponent deck tracker as well. That's what I've put here in my camera frame. Okay, so what happens if they Doctor Doom? The Lizard's going down 4 to 9, and then they go up to 14. So Black Bolt here puts me to 15, which puts us ahead there.
Opponent snapped.
It could be a Nimrod deck, is the problem here. Okay, just sure. I don't think I could snap them back because I think they leave. But I think we take our 4 cubes here with priority. Oh, I guess Polaris pulling to the right could get us in trouble here. Just a squirrel. Easy peasy. Go target. They really needed priority there.
Victory.
I'm snapping on Adelan here because we have Korg into Zabu into Rock Slide. There's a good chance we just like brick off a bunch of their hand here. Hey, Weegdor, thank you for the 40 months. Appreciate that. Oh my god, that's so much garbage. Well... yes, if you want an overlay like this that tracks your opponent's cards, this is also the Untapped tracker. When you play Gold Conquest, you only play people in Gold Conquest. Yes. Yes, if we redraw Darkhawk, it will be very large. Let's work on filling up the middle. I don't have any movement cards in sight. Oh my gosh, was that a Triskelion Sauron? No, it's just a Sauron I haven't played with. And we just play for all three, right? Is Mr. Sinister better than Typhoid Berry? This is 4 here up to 6. Typhoid Berry would be 10 minus 2 plus 8 up to 10. I would be... I think Typhoid Berry might actually be better here. Because I'll be going down to 11, and they're only going up to 10 here. They do have priority for armor, that's true. This is close. It might be right to leave here. We would have lost with the... No, we would have... Would we have been fine if we would have Mr. Sinistered? We would have been 6 to 6. And they're just retreating because we're 10 to 2. Yeah. We would have been 6 to 6, so we would have been 12. Yeah, we would have won still even with the Mr. Sinister. I think this is correct. I think it's this play or retreat could be. I think the reason why we stay here is because our deck has 10 cards in it, but we gave them so many rocks and the Triskelion shuffled back in, they're just unlikely to have their best things. Matt series downgrades are no longer consistent, so we genuinely have no idea when anything will downgrade. It's probably a safe assumption that good cards like Jeff will stay higher series for longer periods of time. All right, chat, playing for the crown and the ticket. Which sucks. It does suck. They've told us that more economy changes are coming. They really need to stop dragging when it comes to in terms of letting people know what those changes are going to be. How is the stature deck? I think this deck is very good. It's also a small edges deck with a lot of little decisions you make over the course of the game, so it's harder to play than a lot of the other decks. Like, the high evolutionary lockout deck is very straightforward to play in comparison. The high evolutionary deck, you just like Storm plus Cyclops win one lane and then slam a Hulk in another at end of the game. What did Silk replace? Nebula, I think. Silk's definitely good here, but you can play the deck without her for sure. Yeah, I swapped Enchantress for Luke Cage because of the density of high evolutionary I was expecting. That's a location that's not good for Silk, chat. Wait, or is it? If she swings into the rickety bridge and they play something to the rickety bridge, she swings out? It's actually kind of a funny game of chicken, huh? I'm pleasantly surprised by Conquest mode. I think the audio and visuals really exceeded my expectations. As far as gameplay goes, the gameplay and what's good and bad are exactly expectations. Stature's not replaceable. You need to have stature to play this deck. I do not think it is a stretch to say you should not expect any good cards to drop out of Series 4 and 5 anytime soon. Finest rocks, please, Jubilee. Okay. There could be a rock in their hand for Dracula.
Opponent snapped.
If I just do this, think they're gonna Magneto me, right? I think I'm staying. I think with the Dracula gamble, we stay. All right, look at her swing, chat. Look at her swing. She's a lovely lady. She's a lovely lady. Cool, calm, and collected. Listen, chat, I wouldn't have spent 6,000 tokens on her if she was gonna lose me the game. Come on now. Elysium is significantly better for our opponent's deck than it is for our deck. If they snap, we're leaving. If they don't snap, we'll take some free turns and get some information about their deck.
Opponent snapped.
Damn it, does the Triskelion change it? Does the Triskelion change it? I don't think it does. I don't have a Shang-Chi in my hand. I think I'm just supposed to leave. We'll give them their cube.
Escaped.
Yeah, the upside is low. I think if I had Shang, I'd stay. But I think the Elysium is just significantly better for them than it is for us. I gotta bounce. Okay, that's a location that's good for us. That could potentially be snappable with the cage. Okay, they're snapping. I'm not leaving, but I'm not gonna snap back. I think I'm in for 2 cubes here. Sounds fine. All right, so they have a lockjaw hand. And we have priority here. Why Jeff into Crochet versus the third location? The third location could be something that would force me to move Jeff preemptively, or it could be something like Deep Space that turns him off. I want to control moving Jeff until it's like the last turn of the game. Because I want to move Jeff to have this be free on 1. Move Jeff for Miles. No, my turn 5 is Black Bolt. So we're waiting till turn 5 to move Jeff. Honestly, this other rock slide could be a snapback. Your deck has 6 cards in it. They could Jane Foster here to pull an extra one out, but we'll see. It does genuinely feel good to be playing a format where I give a shit about the outcome of my snaps. That is definitely true. Six cards in their deck. So my Darkhawk is 24 on the right. If they have Jane Foster or Jubilee, I don't meet them there though. I think it's right to just do this. I can't beat the Hulk middle here, though, right? This beats the Hulk. This plays for all 3. Let's do it! Let's do it! All right. Gotta play for all 3 if you want to beat the Hulk. We can't beat Jane and the Hulk. I have Korrigan 1 and I have Darkhawk. Stay for their stat. Let's do it. Yeah, Luke Cage is a tech card in this deck. Oh, Nexus is bad for us. We're committed though. We're in for a penny, in for a pound. They've got 2 cubes and they're both in the pot. I feel like I'm supposed to play to not have priority. Yeah, I want a Shang going second on the last turn. And this is all we could do. There's no reason to retreat here. We're probably losing this game. Okay, they gotta win 4 more. We knew that one was gonna be hard for us when the Nexus left up. Warrior Fall's also not amazing for us, if we're being honest. These are high stakes rounds, so no snapping, just playing cards from here on out. That's a decent location for a Rock Slide deck. That is also good for their Thor. Yeah, that's true. Maybe I should have played Silk to be able to tee up Miles better down the line. Is Black Bolt big? Do I want to discard their cheapest things? I don't think I do, right? Yeah, is it just like Silk Zabu? $14 power Darkhawk. They passed on 1, 2, and 3. Their Hulk is 18. Their Wasp is 5 points on the left. I think I need to do this here to beat Hulk on the right. They could Doom. Yeah, that's true. There's a few ways this breaks. It's one of them. Lost that coin flip. Wow, that's a great Magneto for us to have out of the way, huh? It's not good for our Silk, though. Not featured, but still not great. I think I'm just playing this on curve. We have priority here, meaning we can't catch a hammer if they Jane for it, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I think we have to try and fill Fist Tower so that way we can ant maze safely to the left. We want to draw Jeff or Polaris next turn, ideally. I guess Hawk's pretty good too, just assuming they don't Jane. Damn. Oh, they already had Wasp and Hammer.
To me.
Yeah, their hand is Chavez X. If they have two big things, we die, right? Oh, and Dr. Doom can get us. This beats Dr. Doom? Think. No, it doesn't, because Dr. Doom's 13 left. Just a rock, we got him. And I hope that 11 was enough.
Victory.
That is one of the things that's harder to calculate with a deck like this, is you don't know when you've disrupted their stuff, right? We had Rock Slide and Korrigan 1. They just like happened to hit 2 rocks. We got some mild boosters. How do you feel, by the way, chat, about getting a giant glut of boosters for one card versus getting a bunch of boosters for separate cards? You like one big glut? Well, so I'm not saying you should get less boosters. I'm saying I think I would kind of prefer if, like, after each game, it, like, doled out little bits of boosters. Because it means, like, for example, here, I don't need Miles Morales boosters, right? So it means just, like, I didn't get any useful boosters. Again, just for clarity's sake, I don't think it should give you less boosters. I just would rather it gave me a bunch of little gluts of boosters. Cause like, I want Silk boosters in this deck, and I want Luke Cage boosters, and Stature boosters, and Black Bolt boosters. There's like 4 or 5 cards here I want boosters, and now none of them got that 30, right? It would be weird to have them at next one. So you could give them all at the end of the game too. They're never going to give you targeted boosters, chat. They've claimed our second Infinity ticket. Happens in a week and a half. Am I buying 200 gold? That's what I spent on the entry fee to the Gold League. We paid 200 gold for that. It costs 200 gold each time you want to play in the gold bracket. Kinda. So, if you want to start at gold, you have to pay 200 gold. However, you could start at silver and earn a gold ticket. costing you 80 gold, or you could enter for free and work your way up. So you're basically paying 200 gold to skip 3 matches. Yeah, it's either or. So you can completely free to play this. So the Proving Grounds is like, I was watching Dexter play some Conquest last night, and all of his Proving Grounds games were like literally just him and his opponent snapping on one, and then whoever lost 8 cubes was leaving. And like, I guess that's fine, but it also just like isn't very interesting, right? And like, I'm not trying to yuck your yum if you enjoy it, but like, I don't think that it's actually Marvel Snap devoid of the snap mechanic, basically. So I don't know about that. I've just been paying 200 gold to play the gold conquest, but that's probably gonna get expensive quickly, right? How much does 200 gold cost me? 200 out of, or 8,000 divided by 200 is 40 runs. So 100 divided by 40, it's $2.5 to play into here. And again, just for clarity's sake, because people like to twist my fucking words and take them out of context, me saying the person I was watching was snapping on one, I'm not saying they were doing something wrong. In fact, I would argue it's probably game theory optimal to always snap on one in the Proving Grounds and play for 8 cubes and then leave when you lose. What I am saying is I dislike that that's the optimal thing to do. I don't like it. I do not like it, Sam I am. Your first match in both Proving Grounds, yes, that's by design, Lord Walrus. So your very first game in Proving Grounds is a bot. Your very first game in Silver is a bot. Your very first game in Gold is a bot. And then there's no bots after that. They said they wanted to ease people into it, which I think is fine for here, but I think it's kind of silly that they put a bot in here and here. There'll be no bots in Infinite. They've confirmed that. I think they went over, but I think giving the first one here for free is fine. I'm trying to decide if I want to play this again. Do I have another good deck that I like? Like, I agree with chat that the higher stakes and snapping being something that matters is like fun for Conquest, but I just like, I can't in good conscience like brew there, right? I guess we could play shitty decks inside of the Proving Grounds. But I would kind of like to play some off-meta things, and off-meta things just like I can't justify spending 200 gold to play, or spending the time to carve them up. I have no idea if Moon Miles is good enough. I put this here last night. I'm gonna go back to doing some laddering. I would like to test some off-meta decks. I don't think the Proving Grounds is good for that. They did fix the bug with Moon Miles. I don't know if the deck's good, but they fixed the bug that it had. Lockjaw Tribunal is one of the best decks in Marvel Snap currently. Or sorry, Lockjaw Tribunal. Tribunal, maybe not. Lockjaw High Evolutionary is very good though. Wave should be taken out. So, Wave is in this deck, so you can play Wave with 2 miles on turn 5 so you can beat Kitty Pryde decks. Because I don't think this deck can beat Kitty Pryde. Is the TLDR. So I put a deck card in, Wave. That could let me beat Kitty Pryde, potentially. I did finally get my Dami Mommy Angela. I was checking my shop while I was on vacation still, and she was in there. Which was nice.
Victory.
Nothing gets around wave. So Miles is not cost reduced through wave. Even in gold? Well, when I got the Angela variant, I had 2,000 Angela boosters. So, yeah, I got a gold split on her pretty quickly because we had some boosters banked. Sarah reduced wave's cost. No. They updated wave, so wave always wins. Wave is always 4. No cost reduction gets around her anymore. She beats everything now. Craven in the middle, so we can slide both our things to him. Do I want 2 copies of Silk? I don't think so. I guess I don't really have anything better to draw next turn, though. Craven seems incidentally good. Yeah, I think Craven is great. Let's do this. And then if they play middle, the Silks bounce to the right and give me 12 there. And then I still have 8 plus 6, 14 in the middle. And I'm shaking the rock slide down. That seems great. Long bud.
Victory.
Dedicate this win to my rocks. Yeah, Bono's probably playing some kind of Dazzler brew, I would wager. How did Conquest go? We 3-0'd and got ourselves another infinity ticket. We played one of the decks that was good in Conquest and we 3-0'd with it. Do we think a best decks for Conquest video is something people would be interested in? Talk through the game theory a little bit of what makes a good Conquest deck and then give some example lists? Yeah. I'll get that hammered out tonight for tomorrow. I want to get Jeff out of here. I don't know that... I don't really have any lines to win this game. Draw's looking a little mediocre here. Tech cards aren't lining up. Yeah, it could be a good thing for getting a measure on how good Conquest is. I think I want to do 2 Conquest videos. I'm going to post, maybe we'll do a best decks for Conquest, then I'll post a full Conquest run and see how they go. But I agree, the YouTube crowd tends to have a super short attention span, and I think Conquest is probably a little bit too long for most of them to enjoy. I can confirm that Untapped is working on Conquest stuff.
It's clobbering time.
We have priority here, which makes the silks a little wonky. This Jeff could also go anywhere, technically.
Opponent snapped.
This ends up with both silks on the right? Congratulations on playing your stock tier 1 deck and beating my brew and then emoting like a dickhead afterwards. You are truly brilliant. God's gift to Marvel Snap. Someone get them a fucking gold star sticker, chat. They need the validation. Anybody have an example of a deck that's good on the ladder, but maybe not good in Conquest? I don't think decks that are good on the ladder, but not good in Conquest really exist, so much as decks that are good on the ladder are better in Conquest, and decks that are only okay on the ladder are worse in Conquest. It's more of the haves get better and the have-nots get worse, if that makes sense. I think the discard deck is worse than Conquest. I think the discard deck's bad on the ladder, too. I think that deck has always been far overrepresented for proportion to how good it is. We need to come over here and sit on Papa's Chef laps, because the thing that always happens happened here. I talked about a deck being overrated and not being very good, and whenever I do that, someone pipes up in fucking chat and lets me know that they got to infinite with that deck, so it's good. Chat, if I tell you that a deck isn't very good in my opinion and you got to infinite with it, don't get fucking defensive about your deck. Your deck shouldn't be your personality. If anything, me telling you a deck isn't very good and you getting to infinite with it is a fucking compliment, because it means you're a good enough Marvel Snap player to offset a deck being a little bit underpowered. Why is this guy so defensive? Why are you such a cunt? We'll never know. And this is the other thing about engaging on the internet. Me simply engaging with a comment and dissecting it and talking about it isn't me being defensive. It's articulating my point clearly, because part of it's been missed. Just because nobody's ever had the courage to tell you, hey, that's not really what I meant, and this isn't clarifies, like, come on now. There's nothing defensive about it. Gamers not make their deck their personality. Challenge 2023 impossible. Defensive. You can always tell when someone's never had anything bad happen in their life because something related to their video game occurs. It's like, wow, he's so defensive, or this is so intense. Like, chat, I'm just talking. This is how the voice is. Maybe I'm supposed to set up Moon Girl here, actually. Didn't someone run Agatha to Infinite a few seasons ago? Yep. Yep.
Victory.
Pretzel bag wellness check. I'll have you know, my chocolate covered pretzels have made it all the way into day 3. I'll even pull one out of the bag to prove that they still exist. We are showing incredible amounts of self-control here. Those are rookie numbers. Yeah, I know. Listen, chat, I'm not a little man, okay? I know they say the camera adds 20 pounds or whatever. But I had to stand on many scales this past weekend in order to go on rides at the water park. And the scales were not very nice, okay? They reminded me I am very large. We went on one of the rides at the park was called the Hurricane. And it had a 650-pound weight limit for up to 4 people. And me and my buddy took my oldest kid on it. So it was like 575 pounds between the 3 of us. So that's high. It was like 500 pounds between the 3 of us. We caught some air, chat. How tall am I? I am approximately 6 foot. I weigh 220 pounds. So I'm not obese, but I'm not a small man by any means.
Victory.
Listen, chat, I can run 2 flights of stairs to check if the water's running in every toilet in my house and be back down to my desk in under 2 minutes without feeling winded, okay? I enjoy my food, but I'm fairly healthy. Is that a bona fide job requirement? Only if you live in a large house. Is this deck good or only because of the feature location? What about this deck makes you think it's for the feature location? More importantly, what makes you think it's good? It's probably not. All right, we want Silk to go left and then go back right. Rip. How fast can you check if someone touched the thermostat? We have a smart house. Well, we have a smart thermostat, I should say. So the thermostat, I can check it. But here, we'll see. They don't have a ton of stuff, I guess. This adds 11 to the left, but it's also possible that Silk slings out of there. I think if they play left, Silk... Are we good? No, we're not. We're short one. Damn. Up one, down 3. Close. Maybe I'm supposed to think about Doom there. Every deck's a Doom deck, right? I should think about that more. Could have played Chavez right to win. I guess if, because of the New York, if I Chavez right, they could... If I Chavez right, they could move their Rock Slide left and still beat us. Punchworthy! One of Hoaglandia's OGs. Thank you for the 88-month resubscription. Heading on up to 7.5 years. Hope life's treating you all right. Grab Nebula into the center here. Trigger our Kraven. Make sure she doesn't trigger for the turn. Miss. Oh, Kraven ended up on the side with the least amount of moves. That's rough, yo. We also don't have priority here. Yeah. We'll give this one a couple more tries, but this one's feeling like a failed experiment. This was an archetype that I had played in the past that was bugged for a little while, so he hadn't played it, but there's a good chance the format has moved past it in terms of power level. Hey, what's going on, Wiltrog? Thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. It's played She-Hulk in the past, so that's a different deck, Duck. She-Hulk double up might be okay. The problem with the She-Hulk double up deck is that it just dies to wave. Yeah, short a couple of points I think is a good take. Yeah, I think She-Hulk Moon Girl just has too much trouble trying to compete with everybody playing Wave as a tech card.
Wind, aid my hand.
Heyo! It might be wrong to try and compete for the footing. I think Silk is very good. So we're gonna go to 10 in the middle. If I move Jeff here, and then I go Angela, Wave. I can force Silk into the Flooded and beat Dr. Doom. Just do this. Oh wait, they're already gonna move Silk, right? So should I do this? This is probably the play, right? Since they play Dark Dimension, so Silk's guaranteed to move. Yeah, I like this. Close game. We counted to beat Dr. Doom, which meant we tied the claw.
Victory.
Feels good, man. A lot of people I've heard talking about Silk being too random. Silk has an element of variance to her, and sometimes games come down to her variance, but she's also an effect that you have control over in a lot of situations, both by managing priority and by how you fill your locations. She's very much a controlled variance element. Again, I'm just gonna have to repeat this a lot. I'm pretty sure last I checked, it looks like 4 out of the 5 people underneath me in the Marvel Snap category are currently streaming Conquest. If you come into my channel and I am not streaming Conquest and you want to watch Conquest, go watch someone else. We will play it occasionally if I have a deck that I feel is competitive and I want to play it a bunch. But on average, I just can't play as much deck variety in that game mode. I'm still gonna play mostly ladder on this channel. Good snap. I'm out. No, it's zero desire to play against a dedicated boom deck at this location. Anything planned for 100,000 followers? I don't think it's likely that I reach 100,000 followers anytime soon. Snap is pretty much tapered off on its growth curve, so it's probably going to be like literally months before that happens. Personal Matthew, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. Yes, Pluto. Ant Maze is once per game. I don't know. There's a lot of really good Marvel Snap content creators that all they do is kind of grind best decks while they're playing, and I think those creators are better suited for playing a bunch of Conquest. We'll do it occasionally. We 3-0'd a gold run today. But like, I don't have fun just sitting there grinding the best deck all day. It's just not how I enjoy playing games. Iceman and D'Angelo here. And then we'll play like Jeff Crawler into here. Yeah, losing this priority coin flip to not get 2 on my Craven feels a little bad, man.
Wind aid my hand.
They have priority here, so both of these hit and Silk stays. Actually, should I do this so that way I can move Silk out of here if I want? Because I can play Jeff there after the fact. Yeah, that's the line. It's tough watching some other streamers, they just auto-ad constantly, it gets irksome. Yeah, honestly, the auto-ad rolls are almost worse inside of Conquest because when they happen in Conquest, you're more likely to miss a key moment because they're longer, right? Let's do this, we'll make Craven big. Oh, I can't beat. Is it a bug that it doesn't gray out like Vormir? Yeah, it probably is, Pluto. I think that's a good shout. Move Jeff left plus Chavez. That loses to... So, the thing about this game, and I think we would probably stay and just like flip the coin, but I can't beat Dr. Doom and Hulk with any of my lines. If I just play Chavez here, we beat Hulk. If I move Jeff and play Chavez here, we beat Dr. Doom. And they're leaving, but like, yeah, it's tough. Hey, Beck, thank you for the over 4.5 years. Welcome back. Haven't been around much this month, spending some time in Amsterdam and the French Alps. Well, thanks for taking the time to drop your notification off. Hope your travels are good. I promise we will attempt to do one more Conquest run before I'm done today. I wanna play a couple more, play some games with some bad decks. On the ladder, and we'll do some more Conquest a bit later. Ooh, candy. Huh. Speaking of candy, okay. Oh, huh. The locations are very silly here. Now, it is worth noting here that, these face down cards don't move, but Invisible Woman will, so this will get to flip up here. Is a noteworthy interaction. Alright, so they're the Ultron deck. Patriot deck. I've got this craving for a giant card, chat. That being said, I think we're dead, right? That being said, I think we're dead. You bake the Shang-Chi. Yeah, maybe. The problem is they have the Invisible Woman, right? Even if I do this, if they play Patriot, I'm only killing these two, right? They're still gonna have 12 here. I'm just not beating.
Escaped.
So let's change things up. Loaded up a few decks last night. This could be an okay deck for Conquest. Let's play a few with this with ladder and see how it feels. Might be something we take in. Like I said, I think control decks are the ideal thing to be playing in Conquest typically.
Destiny will arrive.
That was Dazzler Felts the J. I think Dazzler is very good. Played a bunch of Dazzler decks yesterday. I expect a Dazzler highlight up on YouTube tomorrow and maybe the day after that too. Carnage or Viper would be nice draws. Mind Stone, not terrible. I want to play these here if we draw Carnage, but I want to play them somewhere else if we draw Viper. Do the reality stone last, just in case we hit something silly. Was Jeff supposed to drop down to Series 4? Under the previous system, Jeff would have dropped down to Series 4 this patch. It's got a whole lot of nothing going on. Oh, the Green Goblin gave them something to Misty Knight. That's funny. Think about that. Is there a version of this deck without Thanos? I mean, yeah, High Evolutionary Control is the best deck in the current format. Puts them to 3 in the middle. It puts us to 9 minus 4, 5. Well, I guess we get got by a Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom wins them center and left. Beat the Hulk. He got by an Arrow. Arrow's not in the output range of cards I'm playing around. Not particularly popular at the moment. That's a great command. Future cards. We can't tell you if it's worth holding your tokens for a future card release because we have never played with it. Value is subjective. You should spend your tokens on the card you think will bring you joy. Thank you, Drunk Owl. That's A++ command making. Couldn't have said it better. Hot locations are not applicable to Conquest, no.
Destiny will arrive.
Yes! Having Conquest to play when the hot location sucks sounds great. Been looking forward to that. Line up stones to maybe eat in the throne room here. With Sentry into Viper, which is nice as well. I mean... I'm supposed to wait a turn now, right? Armor. Punish, should have gone for it. Wrong 2-drop. So if they Heimdall left, we lose because of the throne room, right? We just gotta go.
Escape.
I believe we're winning the center despite it. Because we'd be 23 to 7, 15, 18, 20. No, we'd be losing the center too.
Destiny will arrive.
Our deck isn't explicitly good into the feature, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take it off the board. Just in case they're playing something that is. Everyone in chat is my little pog champ. What's going on, Pony? Appreciate it. How does this work? 3 hoods. Viper sends one across. I Viper another one across. I end up with 2 Vipers and 1 hood. They end up with 2 hoods and 2 spaces. I could also send them a Viper, yeah. This is probably the play, right? Filler up. Hood plus Carnage on bars tempting. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I don't know. I need to clear out the left though. Carnage is my only way to like clear out these 3 stones. My board's pretty clogged if I don't get rid of them. Why is Soulstone right bad? I played Space Stone, so I'm gonna get to pull Viper out of here.
Inevitable.
That's right. They could Killmonger us. Hey, Intihama, thank you for the brand new prime. Appreciate it. Professor X the right. Is that our best line? What happens if they play Hawk there? Their Hawk is 7. This loses to Hawk. Hawk, right? I cannot believe they stayed for that.
Victory.
I guess it's just infinite, right? This is, like, there's no way they're staying under normal circumstances, but cubes don't matter here. Hey, Hama, well, welcome to a live one. Glad you enjoyed the YouTube stuff. Good to see you over here on the Twitch side. I appreciate the support. Every time you press that button, it takes $350 from Jeffrey Bezos and sends it my way. Dr. Doom and their Sarah Zabu deck, truly a Dr. Doom meta. Yeah, definitely, stage show. Big agree.
The universe shall be set right.
Peddler, thanks for the 4 months. Yeah, I mean, Dr. Doom and their Sarah deck is a great response to them waving you. It's true. I'm about to put Doom in my negative deck. Honestly, it's probably not a bad choice. Actually, let's Scorpion him. Hit all those juicy Triskelion cards. Did Doom get changed or just a meta shift? Just a meta shift, Lacy Dog. Cloak off of Mojo World here. Move our Scorpion into it. Yeah, Wave definitely feels like this format's Shang-Chi. The kind of omnipresent tech card. Like this is a decent shot to an Asgard. Filling up the right side here makes Sentry potentially better later too. I would expect all good cards to stay in whatever series they are currently in for longer than they previously did under the old setup cut list. Not Lad. There is a Green Goblin and a Titania in my deck. So playing Iron Lad was quite bad. It's also just less stats. If I do this, and then next turn we can just like Sentry Titania Timestone in the middle. We could also Sentry middle Jeff Wright if they play into Asgard. New Galactus is still a very playable card that simply has counterplay through your sequencing that it previously didn't have before. Yep. Well, I guess I'll die then. That felt very spooky. The long tank into don't play your Kitty Pride out in your Angela Bishop deck. Spider-Woman was a Triskelion card.
Destiny
It's gonna be a hard day when I have to use my free Series 3 card on Snow Guard. Oof. And playing your tuba control deck. We should maybe kick the tires on that too. That's another deck that I bet is pretty good in I would bet is pretty good in Conquest. Deck's not very good into Shuri's Lab. I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of it. That's the right way to look at it. If you manage to get Sogard for free from your Series 3 pull, it means you didn't have to pull it as a Series 4 card. Quality optimism. We have a day when you plan to play Conquest. We played Conquest earlier today, and I plan to play a little bit more before we're done. But in general, no, not scheduling in advance. I don't ever plan to do full days of Conquest, just because the decks that are competitive in Conquest are a bit more narrow. Time Stone draws a card, Soul Stone draws a card, comes back to my hand, Demon stays in Luke's bar. Yes, that. I would only expect a full day at Conquest if the feature is exceptionally bad. Yeah, I agree with that. Could take... Turn faster action maybe get us into trouble here, but we are basically putting like, what, like 7 power into play?
Opponent snapped.
And then we unfortunately have priority here too. Isn't really anything we could do. Oh, Thanos Power Stone's active. It is, isn't it? Maybe? Loses a Doctor Doom. Sure. Oh, they're a Moon Girl deck. Yeah, that makes sense.
I am inevitable.
Anyone played this one recently? I feel like I should go take a peekaboo at, I guess, how does this deck ever beat, like a Cyclops? Do I need to put Luke Cage in here? I probably need to put Luke Cage in here, right? Let's go look at some untapped stats and see what other people have been doing with it. This is pretty close to what I have here, right? I'm just playing a Sunspot for some reason. They swap. They've got Daredevil. They're cutting to Tanya. They cut 0. I think cutting 0 is silly. Cutting to Tanya's probably fine. Play Orca. I think Orca is generally worse than Destroyer in this archetype. Yeah, part of me looks at this. This is probably just a worse version of just playing High Evolutionary, right? It's probably still fine, but it's also probably just worse than having a Hulk, right? Yeah, some people shove Sentry in here with Cosmo. Like, this looks a little lower to the ground. It's not terrible. This deck list is like always in the untapped data. It's one of those ones I can't believe it's real. If I pull out the Infinite, is it still there? Yeah, it is too. Wild. It's like I've played things that like this or close to this a couple of times. They just are not great. Deadpool is actually good into the feature location right now, which is funny. This data excludes the latest patch, though. You think this is good against High Evolutionary? Why is that? What is this doing? You just kill all the stuff that they debuff? Yeah, I guess that's okay. Yeah, just don't get your Deadpool wasped. That's accurate. Oh, hella. Surfer Dazzler. They just like slotted this in here. I wonder with all the high evo running around if you're supposed to play Cage in this deck. Quite possible. Is Cosmo good right now? Is it crazy to cut Cosmo? I guess Cosmo has synergy with Destroyer. Spooner Nooner, thank you for the brand new prime, appreciate it. Same with the editing software. I don't use video editing software. I definitely want Cage. It's just a matter of what am I cutting. I think it's Cosmo or Titania. Running into so much Haiva and Conquest is unreal. Yeah, Conquest is real sweaty, chat. People are playing to win. They're bringing the good decks. I imagine the Proving Grounds are kind of casual, but I would bet, what's it called? I bet the gold is pretty consistently sweaty. Do I like my hand? I think so. Do I? I think I do.
Wind aid my hand.
We're getting Galactus, chat. And we're probably dead. So if I armor here, we could draw... If I armor here, it keeps their Nimrod locked on the left, so it can't get into the flooded. And then with Gamora, we could draw Titania or Zero to potentially beat a Destroyer. Well, I'm not going to have priority, though, right? So we're going to lose to Galactus. For people asking me actual XX, it's impossible to know if this is actually that person or not because usernames are not unique in Marvel Snap. This is a win under most circumstances, right? I'm trying to think of something that beats this. We're going up to 20 on the right. Orca. Needed a one drop. Pixel Orca. Oh, their whole deck is pixels. Gross. Gross. Yeah, it looks like they're working on some kind of Galactus variant. I was not going to play into the feature location against a move deck without a Killmonger here. Let's take our mulligan on the feature. Nebula to the right. Jeff is solid into Shuri Slap here. Pretty sure your Conquest has been all bots. Well, I've got bad news about your ability to recognize when you're playing against a bot, if you think your Conquest has been all bots. You will have, at most, 3 Conquest matches against bots. Your very first Proving Ground match, your very first Silver, and your very first Gold. And that's not per run, that's just very first in general for each of those categories. I think I want to get rid of Bar Sinister here, but storming the center against move is not necessarily great.
Wind, aid my hand.
Might be punting the center here. We'll slide Nebula middle. Kind of make them think of whether or not they want a Heimdall. How many cards do you think you use in general? I play a lot of different stuff, Ultros. Snap's not like a lot of other games like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone, where like there's a bunch of unplayable cards. There's a handful of cards that struggle a little bit to be competitive, but by and large, Marvel Snap has more playables than not. Yeah, I just don't know how this deck ever keeps up. They Heimdall here. They go to 16, 32, 36, 40. And I'm at 26, 34, 40 as well. But they're keeping 16 here. And they're gonna get 16, 20, 32. I guess I win in a world where they play Heimdall right? No, because I lose here, right? The Vulture goes? Yeah.
Escape.
Move Jeff right. What does that accomplish? I still tie here. I'm up 6 here, and they're up by more than 6 in the middle. Yeah, this deck just seems like it's a bad high evolutionary control deck. It's just like kind of trying to do the same things, but with weaker cards. Honestly, the Thanos control deck kind of feels like that too. What's the best move card? I don't know if that's really... A lot of those are, like, context dependent. They're better and worse in different spots. Am I playing Bast on 2? Or am I playing Mysterio on 2? Probably not. I think I'll just pass here. So we could Bast on 2. Yeah, rewarded. Spooter Duder, thanks for the Prime, by the way. I think I missed that one a little bit ago. Appreciate it. What do we think of committing to Valking here? I think I like it. And then if I Valk the right, if I Valk the right, I could go Iron Man plus Demon here. And then Valk wins here, and we win here on the back of Iron Man. Actually, if I play this, I could Demon left, and then play for all three, kind of, right? Yeah, it's probably better.
I am Iron Man. All systems go.
Oh, shoot. This means I don't have priority, though. Or I have priority, though, right? Foo. Oop. What's the best advice you give a new player in Marvel Snap? Don't expect to win your games. Expect to lose a bunch learning how the game works. What's the most stats? This plus this or this? This is 8. Or sorry, so this would be 9, 10, 17 here, and it would be 2 more here, whereas Blue Marvel would be this is 9, 12, the Squirrel Girl's more. I can't Valk right because I have priority, chat. I'm sorry, what?
Victory.
Got him. Dazzler gets big. She's a large lady. I think Dazzler is a very playable Marvel Snap card in her newfound state. I've played a bunch of games with Silk and the stature list down. Watch your swing across the board alone is worth the tokens. Cosign. Could be a Galactus schemer. Oh, just Sandman. I suppose Sandman means I'm losing the right, huh?
I am Iron Man.
This beats Doctor Doom, right? Does it add 6, and then it adds 4, it adds 10 here? It beats Magneto, too?
Victory.
Again, no real cards that I'm interested in playing on turn 2 that I could draw out of my deck, so no incentive to bast on 1 here. Just wanna vibe on that so it can hit a fourth thing here at a minimum. Ported. And then there are plenty of 3-drops I could draw that I would like to play on turn 3, so we are gonna bast on 2. If we draw any of our 3/3 drops, I'll be happy to play them next turn. There's no rush to do this at this point, so we just vibe. We'll probably hood center to set that up as a Valkyrie path with the Bast. Dazzler's a very good Marvel Snap card now. Doesn't go in every deck, but there are a lot of decks that are happy to have her effect in stat line. Is this Galactus deck with Nimrod? You tried Dazzler Thanos ongoing. Yeah, we played that a bit yesterday, Lacarp. It was fine.
I am.
All right, Valkyrie. I'm gonna need you to hang out, okay? Thanks, babe. Am I playing the hood out? I think I am. Oh my god, I forgot Galactus was just discounted. I forgot because of Elysium they could just play their card. Oh, I should play Patriot. Yeah, Patriot's better than Debris. Yeah. Patriot's +2. I fucked up. I wonder if they played Null in their Hobgoblin build. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose because we didn't play Patriot. That's funny. Alright, I deserve that one. So, we tied, but our deck should have won. What a weird fucking list. If I had played Patriot here, it would still be 3 because of the Valk, and then the Wasp would be 5. Two big mistakes that game and still ended in a tie. We'll take those. Was a big list. Okay, so probably see some more of that. This list might be an okay one to take into battle mode. Maybe we'll start from the Proving Grounds. Actually, have I done a Proving Grounds match yet? Or do I have to play against a fucking bot if we queue into it? If I retreat to the bot, do I get to skip it? I forget. I think we did gold and silver and I haven't actually done Proving Grounds yet because I think I was just paying gold. I'm pretty sure I did a silver yesterday. Retreating to the bot gives you a player after. Okay. It wouldn't be Twitch chat if I didn't ask a question and get 2 different answers. Can this deck work with negative? I don't think you have enough high impact negative cards to make negative worthwhile. I think it's just kind of a different deck, Ash. It's a gorgeous split. Gold background with the red border flare with that text too. Beautiful. Oh, that's perfect, right? I get to play Blue Marvel here, and then we get to go Valk into Demon into Wasp last turn and fill everything and pump the Dazzler up. Actually, I should hold the Demon for the left, right? I can go Wasp Valk in the middle, and then the Blue Marvel lets me break the symmetry. This gets me the most stats everywhere. The stick's feeling alright so far, Chip. And remember, this is the real Mysterio, so we're +4 over here already. We're at 14 to 11, and then we're adding 7 more. So we're gonna be 21 to 11. We're good, right? Having a Valk as the last turn play seems solid into what high evolutionary stuff's going on too when they're hulking.
Victory.
Alright. Should we be a man on a Conquest, chat? I think this is a bot, the way that it queued, so I'm gonna full retreat here.
Escape.
So we can get a human being. I haven't played any actual Proving Grounds yet. Jeff, are you gonna play regular ladder today? Wheel. Yeah, and the bots queue in exactly 3 seconds too. So that was definitely a beep boop. Hey, Monk, thank you for the brand new prime. I really appreciate the support. Is it Wednesday, chat? My whole week's a blur. Wednesday, yep.
Oh, snap.
Our hand's okay, but I think you're basically just always supposed. Game theory optimal for the Proving Grounds is you should basically just be pushing to try and win an 8-cube game, and if you lose the 8-cube game, you just bail and go to the next one. Proving Grounds always a bot or just the first one? Just the first one, Baker. Your very first match in Silver, Gold, and Proving Grounds are all a bot. Thank you for being watchable, unlike other ad-filled streams. Yep.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, let's play a game. It's rough out there on this platform sometimes, chat. I try and watch a lot of Twitch.tv. I should probably just buy Turbo at some point. I just don't know if I have another $12 a month subscription in me. I turn off a lot of streams that run heads over gameplay. It's very common. Yeah, Turbo's like 11 or 12 bucks a month now. It's a lot. Do I want to hood middle? I don't think so. I'm gonna hood right, and then we'll try and set ourselves up to Iron Man into Mystique, Iron Man to win 2. Hey, Cacophone, thanks for the half a year. Appreciate that. And Jake of the Cosmos, thank you for the 29 months. There's the Valk. I think I'm still just better off Iron Man Mystique here, right?
I am Iron Man.
Are they an Enchantress gamer is the question. I guess I could technically be Killmonger too, huh? Any plans to stream to YouTube? No, none at all. Twitch is the superior live streaming platform by a wide margin. They're definitely Sarah Control. So Killmonger and Shang-Chi are both in their range. Sometimes these X play Enchantress too. That's actually not true, J-Dent. So they changed the partner agreement where I can live stream on other platforms if I want to. I just can't live stream to them concurrently while I'm live streaming to Twitch.
I am Iron Man.
Like I said, if we lose this 8-cuber, we just go play another one. Was actually kind of close despite the Killmonger. Conquest has different music. Oh, I forgot to retreat. Sorry, opponent. I clicked the wrong button out of instinct. Oh my god, you can click an X in the middle and it pulls you out of the game? That seems like bad design.
Escaped.
Sarah Control hasn't been super popular, but it's probably a challenging matchup for this. It actually seems like it's probably pretty decent to like high evolutionary and stuff though, so I'm gonna try a few. Yeah, whenever people ask, why don't you stream on YouTube? I always like talking about the back end of my job because I know people find it interesting. To give you context, at this current moment in time, I have 2,425 concurrent subscribers here on Twitch. Approximately 55% of those subscribers are Twitch Prime subs. So, unless another platform comes up with something comparable to Twitch Prime, Twitch will essentially always have the market completely cornered. Why is Twitch a bad platform for tournament streams? Hasn't basically every Blizzard stream that's ever moved to YouTube been a complete and abject failure because people don't watch live streams on Twitch? I'm surprised they didn't pull Twitch Prime. Pulling Twitch Prime is the one thing they could really do to make people actually leave the platform. I am not surprised they haven't pulled Twitch Prime in the slightest. Alright, probably did then. I guess playing in the proving grounds with everybody snapping on one is kind of like playing ladder matches, only you get tokens if you win, huh? Like the snap, it's just like Infinite. The snapping doesn't matter at all. The strict visual ad rules that Twitch talked about implementing were rolled back. Because aren't they always? Did Twitch change revenue sharing? So my understanding is Twitch pulled their revenue agreement from 70-30 to 50-50 with a couple of the esports organizations that exist. However, if you had a just 70-30 split on your own, not through an esports org, those have not been touched. But I do know some creators that had a 70-30 sub split through an esports org, and then that was pulled from them. This is way too many buttons to click through. This interface needs, I don't know what needs to be streamlined here, but something. This was like way too many clicks for me to get out of the proving grounds and get back into it. Greydor, thank you for the brand new prime, appreciate it. How come Bast doesn't change the power of Squirrel Girl Squirrels unlike Mysterio? Because Squirrel Girl Squirrels are generated after the fact. They generate a specific card, whereas Mysterio plays out copies of itself. Mysterio is a very unique Marvel Snap card, the way it interfaces with most things. I thought the 70-30 split was only for the first X dollars for large creators. Is that not correct? Yeah, it's technically the 70-30 split is only for your first $100,000 in sub revenue per year. Trust me when I say the people that are making more than $100,000 in sub revenue per year, they probably don't notice the fact that they're going down to their 50-50 split after the fact. They still get 70-30 on the first 100K. Oh, the murder world is so awkward here. I guess I'm doing this. Oh, I didn't snap. Yeah. A cubed. AKA critical rolling. There's probably a couple hundred creators on the platform that see 100K plus per year in sub revenue. And then I think if you go back and look at the Twitch leaks, there's a decent number that fit that criteria. I think this is like Blue Marvel into Mystique the Marvel plus play out other stuff. Shroud got almost 100K in one day in sub revenue from the Diablo 4 sub gift drops. So that's not bad. Lad is Cosmo. Good golly. Save me from fucking disaster, chat. Chat is like cheating. Look at these people saving me from an unmitigated disaster. I'm sorry, what? I'm about to take you to class, bud. Imagine playing leader against my Patriot deck.
Victory.
They did copy 3 cards, to be fair. All right, we're out of the proving grounds. We've claimed our silver ticket. Oh, they even give us a little crowd of the proving grounds? Oh, and you get more medals just for signing up, too. So if you win, you get 35. Man, you could really farm some nice rewards inside of Conquest, huh? That alone is probably enough driving. Being able to play for rewards on demand is something people have wanted for a long time. Again, basically always basting on 2 in this deck. I can't think of a situation offhand where I'd want to bast on 1. You bought all the items from the shop after playing Conquest for a couple hours. Yeah, but eventually there's ones that you can buy that have unlimited on them, right? Or are they not worth anything? Why bast on 2 instead of bast on 1? Because now my Mysterio gets basted. You get to bast 1 more card. The real Mysterio is actually worse than the fake Mysterios with Bast, right? Because it doesn't get Patrioted. Gonna keep their Nebula down. Oh, I guess this spells by center though, huh? Yeah, our Valk's not very good here either. We gotta kind of hope that they don't have Storm for Death's Domain. Has Squirgle always viewed Acorn? She hasn't, actually. It was a feature they added a little after the fact. Go left! They discarded a Swarm, right? Right? It doesn't do enough for us. Because they have Chavez plus a Swarm, so Swarm takes them to... I guess they play Chavez, and she adds 14 up to 36, and then Dracula gains 3 up to 39. And I'm only gaining 11 up to 36. Oh, 37. Technically.
Escaped.
They discard... Oh, I forgot to put their deck tracker up. Fit in Conquest. He discarded Modok.
Snap.
I'm gonna snap on them, discarding Modok. Yeah.
Victory.
Opponent. This is actually just an incredibly bad matchup for us. I think their numbers are a little bit bigger consistently than ours are, and we can't bulk them. I guess Iron Man's probably good for us. Well, shit. What's better for them? Is drawing 1/4s better, or is drawing our deck better? Drawing 1/4s is probably better. Where they changed Sunspots to 0 a couple OTs ago.
Enough said, bub.
Silk a goodbye like Jeff at 6K. I think Silk is very good, but I don't know that she's quite Jeff good. That being said, I don't really expect her to get cheaper either. Is something to be aware of. I think locations like Weird World, Ego should be removed from Conquest since losing one match will end your Conquest. I've seen so many takes like that, and I just think they could not be more funny. Like, it's so funny to me that people think this is too high. Locations like this are incredibly skill testing. It's fine to say that you like don't like them or whatever, but they are objectively very skill testing, and they are good locations to have in the game if your goal is to have the better player win more games of Marvel Snap. Is Ego skill testing? Ego leverages one of the most important skills in Marvel Snap that most people fucking suck at, and that's evaluating the board state and understanding your position to leverage snapping and retreating appropriately based on statistics. Which people are pretty fucking mad at, so I understand why they don't like Ego. And I get it. There's like a you always snap Ego meme. That's not skill testing always snapping Ego. But as far as like having this location that rewards you for evaluating your board state well, that's incredibly skill testing.
Escaped.
A lot of people really don't understand snapping at a high level. And Ego is a location that turns the entirety of the game into being about snapping for the players. It's also assuredly the case that I'm a little bit biased in what I'm willing to tolerate in terms of competitive games, because I spent 20 years playing Magic the Gathering competitively, and that game's the highest variance competitive game you'll ever see anywhere in your entire life. Just a mono RNG fiesta. I think a 1 to 3 card sideboard in Conquest would be a great boon to the format and would make it more skill testing. I think there are a lot of good tech cards and anti-tech cards, and giving players the opportunity to leverage tech and anti-tech cards would be good for the game. People like to act like, well, people like to act like the only things that benefit from a side deck would be like the Shang-Chis and the Killmongers of the world. But like a deck like Bounce, for example, would get to play Invisible Woman or Magic to help you beat turn 5 wave. Decks that die to Shang-Chi would get to play Cosmo and Armor to protect against Shang-Chi. So there are cards in Marvel Snap that help you tech against tech cards. And decks that lose to tech cards would be better off if they had access to them. All right, all my Mysterios are 4s. Kinda wanna draw Valkyrie next turn. I'm really surprised they didn't snap this Modoc. Do they not have Apocalypse? Dude, yeah, I think by a lot of people just don't snap aggressively enough, in my opinion. I think my opponent should have pressed the button here for sure. They have Apocalypse, Chavez, and 2 Swarms in hand. We'll only go to 18 here on the left. This kind of spreads out and plays for everything, but that's probably wrong, right? I guess this is a 5-power squirrel and a 5-power. This puts me to 11. I'm gonna stay for one more cube. I think there's permutations of this we win.
I am Iron Man.
I assume this is Chavez left and we lose. Yeah. He had slightly more stats. The demon is 10 power. Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, maybe that's better. Featured locations do not impact Conquest. That is correct. You could just remove people that pointedly ignored what I said, Metsu Fama, but then post something that's very silly with the words hot take. I'm not coming back. I was gonna snap him again here. Featured locations can appear normally in this game mode. That is correct. We've had the current featured location a couple of times. Do you have to have any infant tickets yet? Yeah, 2. This game mode's not that hard when you play good decks. It's kind of tough when you're playing bad brews like this one though. This had always been -3. I was changing the last patch. It was previously -2. Oh, we played some Patriot Surfer after the patch. It was okay. The double boosters location was a special weekend promo thing. It's not in the regular location pool.
Enough said, bud.
Kind of coin flip with the Dracula, huh? Oh, we just lose the Chavez plus Swarm left, right? Yeah. And we're back down to the bottom. Hey, look at that. Enough Blue Marble boosters to rank him up. I don't know. Playing off meta decks in this format really is pretty. It feels so bad to drop back down to the bottom that it's just like, it feels like, why should I invest my time playing anything off meta? Because you're just so unlikely to have anything work out. We can dick around in this area for the proving grounds, but
This just in.
unlucky. Hey, okay, Lafitte, thank you for the 3rd of the year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm actually not a huge fan of all the boosters going to the same card at the end. I wish I kind of split them up. Like, it's nice when it hits a card you actually want, but usually there's like 2 or 3 cards in a deck that I want boosters for, and then 9 cards that I don't, and getting like 30 boosters on a card that I don't want boosters for feels pretty bad. How is Shuri Kitty? I don't think the Shuri Kitty deck is super competitive into all the control decks that are being played right now. Sure. Always Kitty and then Shauna, because you could hit a 0. Boosters are useless anyways, such a weird mechanic. Your understanding or definition of useless is real strange. I would even go so far as to say I think the booster system is one of the best and most innovative things about Marvel Snap. It actually makes you kind of care about the collection that you have. I don't think they're beating us here. I think we just like play this here and this here. Opponent's taking the Proving Grounds very seriously. Didn't snap on one, retreating later. Snap! Why are you making us play more games? This is the Proving Grounds, opponent. Snap! Tagging, retreating later. Ugh. Gamers. So this is supposed to be a sweat-free area. You play one game, the winner goes next. The loser tries again. I'm gonna make a video on Conquest, yes. Tomorrow morning, in addition to my normal deck highlight, you can expect to find a what is Conquest, as well as what are the best decks to be playing in Conquest video up on my YouTube channel. Cards that are under 40 boosters are supposed to have a higher chance of getting them. That is not accurate. Cards that are missing boosters towards their next upgrade have a higher chance of getting boosters, is how it works. Do you think they're competing middle, or do we think they're competing left? This is 11, 16, 20 here. That's probably enough, right? And then we just like stack here. It can be hulking left. Let's do a hulk, I think. God, why is it so fucking big, chat? Honestly, I wonder if the meta is when I snap on one and they don't snap back, if I'm supposed to just retreat the match and give them the ticket to get to someone who will snap me back. That might actually be optimal. It's funny to think about, but I think that might actually be optimal. I'm committed at this point. Your goal is just like min-max farming tickets and medals. Cerebro 5 deck is really fun. I agree. Can I get up over 20 over here? Oh, we can. You get more boosters and conquests on the ladder. You get 1 per turn you played over the course of it still. Wait, the Infinite was their cheapest card? Excuse me? Excuse me?
Locked in.
Alright, we're done now. And 2 cards in hand there. And they had already discarded the Infinite, so they were 50% to get that one. That's fine, they were taking fucking forever anyway. So this takes, it's 1 click to get incomplete, 2 to hit continue, 3 to re-enter, 4 to hit play, recenter it, 5 to actually play, 6 to start finding a match. That's gotta be too many clicks, right? I've heard of clickbait. What about click-wait? Yes. Yeah, it just needs a rejoin. I should have a rejoin at the end. Let me rage requeue. You want people to like get back in and play some more, or let them just like immediately get back in? I swear Galactus feels stronger now with the damage increase. It's just kind of different. Yeah. We're in. We're playing 1 game, opponent. Them's the rules. You know them, and so do I. You snapped because your play is good. I snapped because it was turn 1 and we were playing a game in the Proving Grounds. We are not the same. At a glance, Bootman, I think there's 3 playable Conquest decks currently. My deck recommendations for Conquest tomorrow are gonna have 3 decks in it. The Stature Silk deck is one of them. We can be good here, right? Yeah? Yeah, Shauna! Shauna! No, Shauna! Oh my god, and they got the fucking Cyclops trigger because of Titan. Rip. Yeah, high Evo Control, Stature Black Bolt, and Sarah, I think are the three decks I would consider playable in this format. I think the way that they are structured is ideal for the way this format works. think Lockjaw's legs too. The Lockjaw deck is kind of a subset of the high evolutionary decks. It's a high evo deck. The Lockjaw high evolutionary deck is simply winning one of its lanes with Lockjaw instead of winning one of its lanes with Storm. It's like, all of the good high evolutionary decks are structured the same way. You do something stupid to win one lane, and then you play 20 power Hulk in another. Like, it's just like super scripted, straightforward, that's how they win. There's nothing wrong with that, but they all just like, what they do that qualifies as stupid to win one lane varies from deck to deck. Sometimes it's Storm, sometimes it's Professor X or Spider-Man, sometimes it's, should we play Luke Cage? We can totally play Luke Cage in here. There's more high evo than Killmongers. We'll play Luke Cage over Armor. Or maybe over the Goose, actually. Yeah, let's play it over Goose. I hate that idea. I think Warhead would be good against the high evolution decks. I think it's hard to manage priority, and a lot of the time you're flipping a coin against their Hulk. So it could be okay, but also not always. Also, the high evolutionary decks sometimes play Wasp and Hulk on the last turn, and they can play around Warhead. So thinking about it more, no is the answer. Jotunheim! Luke Cage got us covered, chat. He's a good lad. Gosh, our bounce matchups, this deck's probably not good. I think the bounce deck probably just makes bigger numbers than we could dream of putting into play. Yeah, I think Sarah probably wants to play Dr. Doom Noel, so that way when you get waived on 5 or, so when you get waived on 5 or whatever, you can have it out. Can't do! If I blue Marvel, and then next turn I go Shauna Squirrel Girl, and then Shauna Squirrel Girl fill these, Kitty Pryde fills here. Yeah. Why is Kitty freaking out? Chat, she's having a day, okay? We all have a day sometimes. Just let her vibe. Believe in yourself, Kitty. You can do it. You want to play Shauna last, so that way she doesn't accidentally zero out one of the cards you're playing after her. Also, we want to play her last so she doesn't fist herself before Squirrel Girl happens. That's a thing for some reason. Yep, a punt to Jotunheim, that's smart. We're probably a bit short here. Dazzler's gonna get turned on, but it's probably not quite enough here. Like an Ebony Maw or something crazy. Yeah, this is just kind of like what I was talking about when I said I think this matchup's probably bad. Like, our deck, like, did what it wanted it to do this game, but our numbers just, like, weren't good enough, right? Like, 17 and 23 are just, like, supremely fair compared to this. We'll try one or two more with this to see if we can get by. I think this might be okay into the high evolutionary decks. I like to hit one of those. Yeah, that's true. The expansion diff hurt a little bit. They got more stats under there than we did. Someone asked, you only do proving grounds. Well, we're playing bad decks mostly. So we're attempting to see if we can get a silver ticket. When we get a silver ticket, we take our bad deck to the silver rank. What do you think about the buff to Galactus? Gamers would be better served to remove the idea of strict upgrades and downgrades from their vocabulary, and instead think about cards that have been changed as just being different in a lot of cases. Sometimes cards are bad and they give them strict upgrades, but a lot of the time, a lot of the changes Marvel Stat makes to cards tend to be side grades, especially when they change the text box on them. I got 2 Infinity tickets with Bounce yesterday. Yeah, I think if you can play Bounce well enough that you can play around Wave on 5, the Bounce deck's like an okay B-rate thing. I forgot to snap, sorry. Thanks for reminding me. It'd be a little too late at this point, but it is what it is. Honestly, thinking about it more, the way the Proving Grounds ends up working, it's kind of exactly identical to playing an infinite match, right? Like, we're literally playing a match where the cubes don't matter and it's best of one when people snap and snap back. Is basically how it works. And we're dead? I think we're dead. What is Luke's Cage purpose in this deck? Luke's Cage purpose is this is the best deck in the format. By a healthy margin. Is it considered better than Infinix you get metal shoes? Yeah, I mean, like, the upside is higher for sure. Oh my god, they have Killmonger too.
All systems go.
Mercy! I have a family! Please, send help. Oh my gosh, they just didn't play for the left at all? Fucking weird. That feels spooky as shit. Wild. I guess their hand was just bad, so they went for it. The Proving Grounds, the odds of ghosting are low. The question is, will Secondary do anything about the turn 1 snap? I feel like the only way they could disincentivize the turn 1 snap is if they put like some type of limit to the number of times a day you could play, but they probably don't want to do that, right? Because they don't want the queues to get hurt.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
What's ghosting? Ghosting refers to when someone's watching the stream while they're playing. Sure, that's relatively neutral. They probably don't mind it as a way to get people hooked on Conquest. I mean, it's kind of not a way to hook people on Conquest, though, right? Because, like, what we're doing is kind of, like, decidedly different than the rest of the format. It's kind of the point. Blue Marvel is our best pull here.
It's clobbering time. Escaped.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is another one we gotta just write off. All right, let's really dick around. We played some decks that I thought might be okay, and they were all kind of terrible. So let's play something that we know is terrible, but that's fun.
Oh, snap.
Based on the language in the OTA update we had this week, I expect that High Evolutionary won't. I did snap, right? Yeah. I expect that High Evolution will probably get hit in the OTA next week, and if not next week, then the one after. Iron Man, Zola, and Null are all in my deck here, which is great for us. Oh my god. You know what's not great for us? Fucking Baron Mordor after Master Mold. Is there an OTA next week? Yes, the OTAs are the week before and the week after a patch is how it works. Hey, hi Shad, thanks for the 22 months, appreciate that.
Opponent snapped.
We're only ever playing one game opponent. Gonna get like Cosmo on the left. Can we get it? Yeah, Odin, sure. Chat, we know our deck's bad. Opponent must be fun at parties. Zola. Literally unplayable. Literally unplayable. Sedge.
Victory.
Oh my god, they retreated later. Why are we playing more than one game? Why are we playing more than one game? Fuck you. No, no, I don't want to retreat later. I want to retreat now. I don't want to play against your fucking wave Sandman deck. Please press the button so I can concede.
Escape.
Take your take. I'm gonna give you 1 silver ticket to fuck off. Please go to a different league. Zero desire to play my fun deck into that. Get out! Enjoy your ticket. I mean, I don't even know that I would consider that deck that they were playing sweaty, so much as it's just like, you know, a just obnoxious prison style thing, right? It's just how it be. Some people are really into that. We're basically Willy Wonka. That's true. Boring and annoying. Yes, that's would be a good quantifier for it. Psylocke. Bast. We take those. We take those. Discard. Which card? Which card? This one right here? This one's coming for you. All right, we're looking for magic next turn. Hey, FM, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Venom. What if I do this and we play for drawing Zola? Do it. Apocalypse. We're still dead, I think. We have 2 swarms, 4 swarms. 4 swarms and 7 years ago. So the Dracula ends up at 8. The Morbius ends up at 12. I'm going to 26. It's not enough.
Escape.
I think second dinner considers Conquest as a means to evaluate matchup metrics. Sure. Oh, you know what? If I retreat for 2, we could probably play another one for 8, right? Our deck is This deck is surprisingly good at Conquest from my experience. I don't know about that. I think it's a fine meme deck. True Woo, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Barracuda, thanks for the quarter. Happy Wednesday, folks. Proving grounds, yeah. Hopefully, whatever data they're looking at is ignoring the proving grounds. But silver and gold are probably fine. The turn 1 snap play for 8 cubes metagame means it's just like all the cube rates out of the proving grounds probably need to be thrown away. Why give up on the other game completely? Because I'm playing in the Proving Grounds, which is free to enter. So once I'm down even a little bit of cubes, it's statistically optimal to get into a game where I'm no longer down. Iron Man and Null are both in my deck, which is nice. And we get to Magic next turn. Probably don't want to play for the Hellfire Club. This is a very angelic input on. There's our lad, chat. There's our lad. So we eat the 13 on the left, we eat the 3 on the right. We'll have 16, 6, 22 power Null in the middle. Will Zola destroy that 22 power Null, get 40 stats left and right? Take him to the cleaners. We got him right where we want him, says Local Man, about to be waived. It finally occurred to me that Conquest is part of why I'm seeing so many bots in the 60s, 70s. There was also a bug with ladder ranks at the start of the season that put more bots into the system. But yeah, Conquest splitting the queues a little bit probably isn't helping. So again, Zola destroys this and then copies it, and then Null counts his own destroyed power. Look at Itty Bitty Baby Hulk, chat! It's got 22 points of power! Oh, we're going up to 32 on the right! There's so little! There's our silver ticket, chat. Look at those medals. Give me that crown, baby. Give me the ticket. I would like to go straight to the chocolate factory. Negative Deadpool's going for gold, chat. 20 more medals. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Alright, we got a snap for realsies now. Which means on turn 1, because Mr. Negative. Although, drawing the Null actually kind of sucks. There's only one good negative card in our deck now. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yikes. Excuse me? I'm sorry. What? Oscorp Tower. 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 Please, Oscorp Tower. Sewer system, rude. Our opponent's taking so long to take game actions, chat. They're not used to having to play their own cards. Do I Iron Man right, hoping to draw Zola? I think so, yeah.
I am Iron Man.
And 1 and 3 here. And this is silver. We paid a ticket here to be against Agatha, so we'll retreat. We'll play a real game here. Worst turn 1 negative I've ever seen, yeah. To be fair, this deck only has like 3 cards that are basic with negative and 2 were in our opener. We need to not draw Iron Man or Null next turn. Actually unlucky. Ah, snap him anyways. These locations are not great for Agatha. We're dead, chat.
Escaped.
Yeah, the muting your opponent in Conquest, not letting the mute carry over between rounds is a pretty big miss. Listen, chat, you don't take Agatha into Conquest if you're not a professional with her, okay? Is Agatha secretly the queen of Conquest? Almost assuredly. Gonna get, like, arrowed? Yeah, we've been very bad at drawing Deadpool so far today. They discard Infinite? I don't think so. No, just Captain Marvel. Yeah, they're dead.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Victory. Oh, snap.
The tickets reset each season. Yes. Your tickets and the tokens that you get reset each season. Guess I'm just not using the extra energy this turn, huh? We're so good at drawing these cards. So sad. But cheap Iron Man in our deck at least. Want to give Agatha garbage? Yeah, that's probably fair. I don't have a clean path to Zola on then. Well, I guess Karmartage happens twice, huh? I think I'm supposed to play for all three. They discarded their Hela. I think I'm supposed to play for all three. I think I'm supposed to play for all three so that way I just beat one big thing here. They don't have Agatha. Yeah.
Victory.
No, they discarded Agatha. They had discarded Hela, Swordmaster, Agatha, Infinite. They could have like Ghost Ridered into Hela, but seems unlikely. I'm gonna wait and see one more draw before I snap here, I think. The Superflow is a location that's tentatively good for us and bad for them. But if Agatha plays around it, it could be good for them too. us too. Is this the game? Can you feel it? I'm feeling it. I'm not feeling it yet. All right, two more games. We have to win one of them. Thank you for the 2/3 of a year, by the way, Twain. I missed your message with it. Thanks for all the entertainment, Jeff. You make playing these games more fun. Thanks for keeping me here, being able to make the game more fun. I think we basically never Deadpool on 1 with Carnage in hand, because if I draw Forge or Bast, I'm going to want to have held Deadpool. Man, this does take forever. This is not a slow... This is not a fast format. Sorry, not slow, but this is not a fast format. Accurate. They discard. Hey, look at that, chat. The thing I talked about. It can't be fast. Yeah, typically it isn't though. I think if both players are playing well, it's not a fast game mode. There's our gal right into the super flow. We have Iron Man and Null in our deck currently, which is great. Am I killmongering the Deadpool this turn or Carnaging him? I think I'm killmongering. It's more energy efficient. Means I lose the Bast, but I think that's fine. Yeah, that's true. Isle of Silence makes Arnim a little bit less good, but that's fine. Their Hela is looking real strong though. Remember, this is an in it to win it game, chat. There's no retreating. It is all in. We're gonna destroy 12 more here. Yeah, I guess we could null Zola the left. Why not Psylocke? Because Psylocking the Superflow doesn't get me anywhere, and I want to keep Isle of Silence clear, I think. So this gives me 31 power null in both of these spots. Right? And then honestly, I think I put Deadpool here to play for all of them, right? Hela is scary. Yeah, do I have a way to play around Hela, though? I don't think so. I guess if I put Deadpool mid and just punt the right, I beat Infinite Landing here, right? Yeah, Null shut off at Island, so its text won't be there, but it'll still have 6 power for being Mr. Negative. So it'll get +6. So this will be 31 power Null, 31 power Null, 3 power Zola. Yeah, we beat that.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Lower, closer, slower, Grandma. Sit down. All right, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I was a little bit nervous when we ate 4 cubes in the first game. I was like, are we gonna be the guy that loses Conquest to Agatha live on stream? It felt like it was possible. We have persevered and bested Agatha. Agatha fought genuinely hard. All right, chat. Can negative Deadpool get us all the way up to gold in Conquest? Holy crap, these locations. Did you start in the Proving Grounds? Yeah, 0% chance I was paying gold to play this deck. I think I'm magicking the Mindscape and then carnaging the center. And then we're hoping that the Strange Academy puts our thing into the middle. Snap them. I think we're ahead here. Space Throne is not great for their movement tech. Metrics for doing Conquest have been all right here on the live side. I'm gonna put up my first Conquest video on the YouTube channel tomorrow, talking about what Conquest is and best decks to be playing in it. And I'm gonna sample putting a full Conquest highlight up this weekend, I think. Let's see how that goes long term. Oh, this is actually great for me with the cloak, because now I can do this, right? And then this potentially shoves into here, and it's bigger. Venom is better. Is it? Only by a little bit though, right? This Carnage is 9, whereas Venom is 10. Yeah, I can occasionally mix Conquest games into a normal highlight like I grabbed for today's, but I think you could also, there's also probably room for like dedicated videos on the format. Is this the better play? This kills 12, so my null is 19. Then I have a 12 power Deadpool. Yeah, we were a huge favorite to win the Space Throne here. We did unfortunately miss on being a huge favorite. That being said, I think we're staying, right? This puts us to 25. Yeah, I think they Heimdall right. They Heimdall right. I guess we lose if they Heimdall right, huh? God, this was so fucking unlucky. We needed this to go mid, or like literally anything else they had to go left instead. Yeah, take your cubes, fucking boomer.
Escaped.
Yeah, definitely out of the boomer snap. I'm just chilling for another turn with Deadpool. I don't think I'm venoming him out alone on one. Ooh, that was rewarding. What's a boomer snap? Snapping on the very last turn of the game when you're very clearly ahead. All three of my good negative cards are in my hand. I'm just doing this. Hey, Darker Cosmotica, thank you for the brand new tier 1. There's a ton of great people you can send that to every month on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way. So my Deadpool is going to jump up to 8. My Venom is going to eat 16 power, go to 19, and then double to 38. %, being able to see what you discarded and destroyed not being in the client is they don't have the technology to do that yet, not a conscious decision that they don't want it in the game. Yeah, just do this, right? Hey, Darker, thank you for the sub-gifts. That's very generous of you as well. Iron Man mid, Zola left. Yeah, maybe that's better. Yeah, that's probably better. Well, I guess they could slide Vulture over to here. Yeah, it's actually probably Iron Man left, right? Oh, Venom eats Iron Man if Iron Man left. God damn it, chat.
I am Iron Man.
Well, now we're fucking dead. Cloak saves us. It does, doesn't it? That's funny. This loses to Heimdall, though, right? Because Heimdall puts them to 21, 25. If I do this... This is the tough part about playing this format for content. We're being ghosted. we're being ghosted. It's like 0% chance you stay in for 4 cubes here. Yeah. Yeah, we're just actual 0. Not a real play ever. They waited until just after we locked in to make their decision, like, and they just hit me on that. Golly. Why not have a delay? So, delayed is worse content. And overall, even though there's some small amount of stakes for these games, my goal is to do this as a job. So my goal is to make good content. Having a delay is the opposite of having good content. Our hand is very good. Nah, I don't actually need to eat these, right? Because null is already just huge, because we're gonna kill the torch. What happens if they Heimdall left? We win middle and right.
Victory.
Overflow, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. Guess I don't mind. Guess I don't mind Bastard Resistance.
Oh, snap.
Pretty sure they can't, pretty sure they can't interact with locations. I think we magic here to get another turn. Am I? I just don't have any very good lines here, unfortunately, right? All my good negative cards are in my hand again. "30-second delay wouldn't be too bad." Trust me when I tell you that any amount of delay makes the content borderline unwatchable in terms of interaction. In my opinion, one of the reasons why I'm one of the most successful Marvel Snap content creators on Twitch is because my ability to interact with people while I am streaming is unmatched on this platform. And adding any small amount of delay means that that is no longer a possibility for me to do. Alright, 2-day chat. We beat the Agatha. I don't know that we're gonna be able to beat Casper here. You don't need to worry about sending me a DC Dual Force beta key back. Chat, the DC Dual Force people gave like literally thousands of beta keys to actual everyone. It's essentially an open beta in everything except name. The only reason they're doing beta key giveaways at all is because getting content creators to promote that they have beta keys for the game gets people to know that the game exists. It's free advertising. DC game any good? I haven't played any of it. I don't really have time to work on other things right now. I don't know. I'm actually making a point not to talk about the DC thing just because I'm not playing it. Google it. Google it. Google it, please. Swap those so you can forge the Deadpool. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That doesn't really matter, right? Because, like, this is the last turn. World where this wins the game, right? There's a lot of stats on the right. Need to sit here and count it all out. I'm not counting up the math of how many numbers we have because I want them to have to do the work for themselves. Yeah, we're good.
I am Iron Man.
Victory.
And they actually couldn't win here, right? Because they only have 2 spots here because they played a Hulkbuster. So they could have moved Kraven over. Oh, if they moved Kraven, would they have won? Kraven would have been, yeah, Kraven would have been enough to win the game. So I'm glad I didn't count it. You have to re-mute your opponent every single game inside of battle mode if you have someone emote spamming you, FYI. Oh, Forge, in case we spike the Deadpool like a professional. make a mouse macro for Muta. That's not a bad idea. Honestly, the Carnage dying here isn't even the worst thing, because it makes the null we could potentially draw better. Because we get to go ahead and play Magic here. Then we've got 2 shots at null. One shot at null. Sorry, I need null first. So we're 1 in 4 here. Drop null in the Cosmos, then Zola it across. Then Zola will create a 24 power null here and here. We can slide in a little extra Deadpool just in case. We'll have 6 over here, assuming we win the Baxter building. The opponent's playing a 10-card deck? No, we've just only seen 10 cards out of the opponent's deck so far. One of them is likely Chavez. Yeah, potentially. Oh my god, they're playing Shang-Chi. Sure. I guess I haven't had an opportunity to do that to us yet. Yeah, I almost had a comeback. Already muted, right? Alright, chat. It's 4 o'clock. I think we're gonna end after Casper. The wind is firmly out of my sails. I think we'll probably do some more of this on the other days. I don't think I'm ever going to pay 200 gold to play a shitty deck, but maybe we'll try and play shitty decks in the Proving Ground, and if they can win a silver ticket, we'll try and play them up into silver and then gold if they can make it there under their own steam. We did, if you weren't here earlier, we 3-0'd a gold Conquest earlier with one of the 3 playable Conquest decks. Why not play a good deck? Because there are so many Marvel Snap streams that are just that streamer playing good decks for 6 hours straight. And I just can't do that. I need some variety in my games. I need to just not play the same 12 cards for 8 hours straight. Some people are built like that. I am not built like that. What are the 3 playable? If you want to know what the 3 playable decks are in Conquest, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel, Hooklandia Snap. It'll go up about 7 a.m. Central tomorrow morning. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your Wednesday wherever you're at. That's a teaser for tomorrow's video. And if you enjoy Conquest, make sure you check that video out tomorrow. I'm gonna do 2 Conquest videos this week. I'm gonna have one with gameplay up on Saturday, and then tomorrow is gonna be a best decks in Conquest and talking about the format from a theory perspective. And if one or both of those videos perform well, we'll make it a regular part of the channel. We're just gonna make it purely metrics driven. Whoa, chat! There's someone. Who are we raiding? Grab a random English streamer. Doug Pie is someone I've been following on Twitter. Let's give them a raid. They're streaming.